Okay, we're trying again. Let's see. Oh, still stuck at 10. Oh, no, I got it this time. Yes! I have the 160p preview. Yes, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Epic Unknown, hello. It's a late Friday night Primu stream. MetroDev, hello. We're back for more punishment. Unix. Uber Unix, I mean. Hello. Okay, who else am I missing? Nobody. There was actually a question right before I rated that I didn't see. It was Alistar, probably long gone, but I'll answer the question anyway. The question was that they recently found interest in programming, wondering how someone goes into finding their programming language. And also, is learning a strongly typed language before a loosely typed language important or not? I would say you go about finding your programming language by trying out a few and picking the one you like. And it doesn't matter if it's strongly typed or loose typed. So Alistar is probably long gone, but just wanted to answer that question. And hey there, TS Jost, how are you today? For you, it's probably Saturday, right? It's late Friday night Ramu stream, early Saturday morning European time stream, I guess. I'm doing all right. I just wanted to get some more work done on the Raft stuff. So Rusty Raft is what we're working on right now. 4.5 hours of Saturday. Is it really that early still? I guess so. Yeah, it's really, really early morning. Well, by the time that I get into this, it'll be like a good Saturday morning for most of Europe, right? Okay, so just finished mounting your mic to a lamp arm. Hey, that's what I have. My mic is on a lamp arm. Yep, pretty much. Okay, so where I was earlier in the day, I had implemented a couple of example programs which were kind of fun to work on, and then I started porting my Raft Consensus Algorithm library. So just for posterity, I'll just, not Rast, Raft. So the backend servers of my game use this to do state replication and fault tolerance. So I have all the code in C++, I want to get it working on Rust. So the objective tonight is to put some more time into it. Currently working on the log event and message types. So these are the core types. Log event is carrying a single change to the game, and message is what's used to communicate between two different instances in a cluster. So log event is really data oriented, and message is more message. It's an event driven system. Well, hold on. I'm using the wrong words. I might need to rename this because it's not really an event, is it? It really should be log entry. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? I can rename things, why not? In fact, it is called log entry. Why did I type log event? This is log entry. This is what happens when I stream late at night. So we have log entry, which is carrying a single change to the cluster, and a message which carries an event, like something that's changing or being indicated. All right, so where I left off was we're still coding the log entry stuff, and we have a bunch of here typical log entries that are all different in some way. So these are different in that the term number is different. This is different from this because the instance IDs are different, and so on. And we also want to throw in some empty entries. So we have the setup where we need to actually make comparisons between entries. So I need to code that up. Practicing the cello right now, but the stream alert from me. It's been the sweetest music you've heard. Oh, thank you, Uber Unix. Don't let me stop you practicing cello. You can practice cello while I'm coding. That's fine. All right, so then to implement this, if I hover over it, you'll see that it will not like that unless I implement the... Oh, there's actually two reasons I need to implement. I need to implement the debug trait for it to print out something, but the real one is that I need to implement partial equal. Yeah, we're going to need both of them. The debug one is easy. I think I can just derive that, right? So I can go down to log entry and say derive debug. And this won't work until I do the same thing for command. So derive It typed it for me. It's smart. Hey there, Akadev. How are you today? All right. So now we should be down to one error, which is that these don't implement partial equal. Yes. So the error tells us what we need to do. Let's implement partial equal. Let's put it right here. So impl a partial equal for a log entry. Implement missing members. Actually, can I just derive it and just implement it on command? Maybe I don't need to implement it by hand. Maybe I can just do this partial equal. Actually, we can also implement equal because there's not going to be any impartial equal. Derive it. Woohoo! Hey there, Kerps. And Greyjack, how are you doing? This is a late night Raimu stream. This time slot I hardly ever stream in. So we might see a whole bunch of new people. We're up to implementing in Rust what I have in C++, which is a whole system for doing Raft, for doing a consensus between different state machines or different servers. So it is the Raft, a consensus algorithm. Partial equal. Hey, that was easy. Does that mean? No, wait a minute. I'm missing something. Cannot move out of a shared reference. Why are we moving something? Oh, because of the from. I think I can clone this. No. We do need to move it. Do I want to do into iter? Like that? Hold on. I don't think this is going to work. I need to, I want to turn that into an iterator. I'm not going to be able to, am I? Yeah. Clone, yeah. I'm trying to think about how to do it without cloning, but I might have to just clone it. Clone is like, I can't figure it out, so I'm just going to allocate more memory kind of solution. I wonder if I could just define this to be an iterator, and then I wouldn't need to clone. Couldn't I do that with, what was it? I can't remember now. We'll just leave it clone in there. Run the test and pass it and move on. Maybe leave a note for myself. To do, well, I don't need this act thing. To do, it would be nice to avoid the clone here. Clone wars and all that. All right, don't need that. Can you give it a type hint on the examples? I think the problem is I have examples defined as an array, and we won't be able to move out of that, right? If I defined it differently, like if I could define it as an in-place iterator, or maybe immediately, what happens if I do this? Can I then remove the clone? I think the problem is still it's borrowing. Iter is going to borrow it. But what if what if I do into iter with iterator item equal JSON value? You can't do that, can you? You factor your from to take a reference instead. Actually, that's a good point. Why do I have that not taking a reference? It should take a reference because I have to clone the data anyway. Iter mute. Oh, good idea. This is still a problem because of the type, right? Yeah, it's a mutable reference. I really need to get I need to get it into the form of iterating over with the value not a reference, but this syntax is wrong. The problem with this is, what is the type? Type of this is, oh, it's a course? What? Hold on. Core iter traits iter. Oh, it's a map. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. What is examples? Iter of unknowns. That is a struct. Okay, so did I have just the wrong type in there? I had iterator. And that you can't do because of why? Because that is what I'm supposed to do? And this is standard iterator. Expected 0, so was it item equals? Okay, maybe I'm just gonna give up. Oh, can't find it. There we go. Hold on, let me go back and look. Sorry, this I'm kind of starting off on the wrong foot in this stream, but that's okay. It's gonna be a weird stream because it's a late night stream for me. Wait, is it slice iter that we're ending up looking at? What type is that? Hold on, I really want to understand what I'm doing. Which iter is this? Oh, this is slice iter. Okay, never mind. So this isn't really going to work for me. Okay, so I'm going to abandon this. Can you activate inlay hints for a brief moment? Inlay hints. Iter of unknowns, but see, it ends up being a reference anyway. That's the problem. So I can't do it this way. I think it would need to be into iter, but what was the real thing we wanted to do? Oh, right. To have it take a reference. I don't think it needs... So this... We should be able to iterate this and it take a reference. So let me fix this. The implementation of from JSON value. Where is that? This one. I don't think we need to consume the JSON value because we're just calling get, which is immutable. So what if I said from a reference to JSON value? That would still work, right? Command. Okay, so then this percolates to command too. So command, we can say from a reference. Yeah, that didn't need to consume it, did it? Yeah. Some of these would have to change though, right? So this would borrow that. And then this would borrow that again. And this would borrow it another time. Okay, cool. So that actually worked. And this is going to tell me I don't need to use a closure there. I can just use like log entry fum and we're good. Yeah, I didn't think I would need lifetimes because I'm not using references. I'm not storing the references. What I'm doing we're using the reference, but we're not going to store the reference. We're going to ultimately for term just basically extract the value out and copy it. And then for command, it's a similar thing. We're either cloning or copying everything we need. So I don't need to store any references. So yeah, at the bottommost layer, we're making copies of numbers. So there's no need to actually own or consume the data in the first place. So I can do that. All right, run and test. Cool. All right, so I didn't need to clone. So let's get, yeah, don't need to clone, we're good. Do I even need the type on the collect? I do for this reason, that we need to know what collection it is, but I can imply that one. All right. Moving on, I think. Custom command, here's where it gets interesting. So for my game, I'm going to need log entries to contain actual game commands, but I don't want the Raft implementation to depend on my game. I want it to be in the other direction. So the game should depend on the Raft implementation and extend it. So I'm going to need to expand the log entry type so that it can contain a arbitrary command. So this is how I did it in C++. I had derived classes. So PogChamp was a new kind of Raft command that just had a silly payload, right? And then we made a way we can construct a command, this factory, and we registered the factory with a singleton. So this register command type would end up storing the factory along with the string in a basically a table, and then it would let us serialize. So we end up adding new types of commands and new types of payloads, and we could also deserialize it. So I need to figure out how to do this. And the suggestion last stream was I try to use the any type to do that. So let me just translate this. If we envision that we're going to have something, a trait that that a command implementation would implement, then we would have some kind of struct here, right? Actually, there we have the struct. And let's envision we have a type. I can't use command because that already is a concrete type, right? So I need something else, like maybe command extension, extended command, custom command. How about user command or custom command? I only need to pick one. User command or custom command? Custom command. All right. And we'll, I guess, give it that payload there. So that is a use size. Why not? Actually, I used int before. It doesn't really matter. I like use size. It's one of my favorite types. Yeah, that's not how we do it in Rust, right? Instead, I would take this and I would say implement custom command for PogChamp. And then these actually go into that implementation, but I'll need to port that to Rust in a second. And then yeah, I think we will need a factory, something that can take JSON and turn it into a PogChamp. So let's let PogChamp factory turn this into that. Turn that into snake case. Okay, and so this just becomes let. I can actually do this in one statement, right? I can say PogChamp payload is command as JSON get payload, and then, or was it map? Map payload to payload dot as u64, and then map payload to payload as usize. All right, let's see if that is going to do it for me. You can think of just to use the Serday deserialized trait. Yeah, so I'm kind of avoiding doing the serialized trait for now. Are you adverse to using Serday JSON? Yeah, we're using Serday JSON, but I am not doing the serialized deserialized traits yet. They are hella time saving. I think I will eventually, but right now I want to get used to using it without the serialized deserialized, because that code generation and using macros probably is the right way to do it, but I don't get the depth of understanding about how to use these types. Also, I'm also trying to give you a bad excuse for being lazy, I guess. Oops, didn't mean to scroll all the way down. Maybe by the end of the stream I will. I think I'm just scared because it's a little bit too alien. There are also some weird corner cases I might have to deal with. Okay, I think before I get much further, I'm going to need to define what this custom command trait is. So let's do that. Trait, custom command. So It's kind of reflected here that we're going to need to have two general functions here. So we turn that into a function, and command type takes a self, returns a string, and another function in code takes a self, returns a JSON value. All right. So given that, I should be able to go here. Let's comment this out. Get that, oh, come on, help me out here. There should be a bubble for this. Do I need to pull this out? There we go. Implement missing members. Okay. I need to comment this out. I think it's screwing up the formatter and everything. Okay, there we go. Now I can define these inside the test, right? I kind of want to do that. Yeah, okay. So then the command type is PogChamp. So string from PogChamp. I might want to slice there, actually. Would it ever not be static? I don't think so. I think we can say static string, because that should be fixed in the implementation. So static string. So I can just say PogChamp. Well, you can also implement those traits by hand so you can get a better grasp. That might be the way to go. Is I should once I get comfortable with this, then learn the deserialized, serialized traits and do it by hand. Once I get comfortable with that, then try out the derived code. Okay, so in code is basically that. So uncomment that. So we don't have to say JSON. The equivalent of that insert a JSON is just JSON. We don't need that. And we do that. Payload would come from self. Done. Okay, there's my implementation. We don't need a blank line. It's going to insist on putting one there. That's fine. All right. So then, oh, I see. Because I'm not using it yet. Can I temporarily put that in? Can I put a type annotation here? I can. Okay. What's up with this? Oh, that's not a valid function name. That is. Oh, hold on. It should be this. I thought usize. Okay, there's an option. Right, I need to have a default. So the default is unwrap or 0. Hold on. Why does it say an option? That shouldn't be an option. Okay, then I have it wrong. Why is this getting an option? Shouldn't this put it back into an option? And this... Wait. These are all option maps, right? Then why is payload an option? Does it? Does as 6US64 return? Oh, it does. Oh, okay. So then I don't want map. I want and then. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. It's those little things tripping me up all the time. Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. I meant to do this one where you get a point. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, my bot is a little slow tonight, but still working. That's your first point here, so there's another one. All right, so now I have a factory. I don't know if it's good enough, but we'll see. I'm going to need to be able to send it. This should be sendable, right? Do I need to type annotation anymore. I do for the moment. Okay, so I need some way to... I really don't want to have a singleton though, but I need some way to be able to use the factory or maybe build. Actually, what I want to be able to do is build the to build something that can construct log entries that can support this type, like a log entry builder or something. Yeah, why don't I just have a builder pattern? So, or a factory pattern, really. Why don't I just call it a factory, a log entry factory? So let log entry factory equal log entry factory new, and then we're going to register stuff with it. Log entry factory dot register. And just keep it register. It's PogChamp. Yeah, I have to repeat that string, don't I? Because it's not encoded anyway here. So imagine that I have that. That takes the place of that. Right. Yes. Actually, hold on. I'll need to... Yeah, oh, how am I going to do this? I misspelled factory. Hey there, Panaputi. How are you doing today? If the original code made the command and put it in a log entry, and then we were able to serialize the whole thing... Oh, I won't need the register thing for this. I'll only need it to deserialize down here, right? Right here. Yes. Okay, so for serializing, I can actually just make it. So I can delay this until down here. Down, not up. Down here where we're actually making it. Yeah, so I can move the closure too. Down to here. There. Okay, and so here... Yeah, we just want to have this... uncomment this code. Let a PogChamp... wait a second. Let's hit this one first. Snake case on that, and then this one. Except I don't want to do it for that one. PogChamp. Alright. 715209, how are you? Are you just waking up? Are you going to sleep? I don't know. Everyone's in a different part of the world. Who knows? Good morning, good evening, good middle of the night. PogChamp has a payload. Okay, to make one, it's just PogChamp. Payload 42. Right? And then to make a Raft entry, let PogChamp entry be a log entry with term and command. So term 8 command, and here's where it gets a little bit tricky because command has to have an option for custom. And here's where I need to be a little bit tricky, right? We're going to want to box some kind of implementation of custom command, right? But then that's going to make it difficult to derive these. In fact, it's going to make it impossible, right? Yeah, so we can't derive any of that anymore. We're going to have our own implementation of that. Let's make that available here. So implement debug for command. Implement equal for command. Implement partial equal for command. You could implement t custom command. Oh, from t custom command. I might. Well, except for that we also have to include a a term in the, if you're talking about for log entry also has a term in there. Oh, you're saying to implement command, like a template. I see what you're saying. But I ultimately want to put it in a log entry, and log entries need to be something I can put in a collection. And so the end goal is that we're going to have a sequence of log entries where commands could be anything. And we don't know in this crate what the end type will be. So the custom one has to be dynamic. So making it generic doesn't help. Ultimately, at some point, I need to have a dyne and put it in a box or something because we don't know what the size is. Not 100% sure what you're trying to do. Do I have any diagrams for this? I guess I can refer to the Raft Wikipedia. Not that Raft. Raft Consensus. This one. And they have the official website, raft.github.io. Okay. So, do they have any diagrams here, or do I need to refer to the white paper? I guess we could refer to the white paper. It's not too bad. Yeah, okay, so here, this is an example log, and these are log entries. So here you might envision that there are two types of commands that this server knows about. One is setting the X state, and the other one is setting the Y state, right? So even if the server itself defines these commands, I don't want those commands to be something that's in every use of the Raft crate. I want the Raft crate to be agnostic about the actual types of commands. At the same time, there are certain commands that I want to build into my implementation because they should be common across all implementation across all uses of Raft, and that's like the part of the algorithm that they cover later when they talk about configuration changes. So they get to that where? Somewhere around here. That's elections. Can't. Where is it? It's one of these extra chapters. Now I'm not going to be able to find it. I want to find it though. Oh, here it is. So when they talk about cluster membership changes, and they start to show diagrams where they have configuration new and old, because I'm going to represent configurations as lists of instances, I can implement this in a generic way and have these entries that they talk about, see new, see old, new, see old, be something that's shared by all implementations. So that's what I'm thinking about with this single joint configuration, is like the see old and see new here are single configuration commands, and the see old new here is represented by a joint configuration command. They talk about these as being states, but so I'm using these as transitions into those states. So to transition into a new single configuration, this point here, this entry that's committed is this single configuration where you have an old and a new configuration. And actually, this is the joint one, and this is the single one, right? So during this period, you have joint consensus where you have two separate configurations going on at the same time. And before and after, this is see old and this is see new, right? So this is a joint configuration entry, and this is a single configuration entry in my terminology. So I want those handled for you, but then I want, when you are using the algorithm to actually have real state, like this example, we'll let the user of my crate define what the commands are for like setting X, Y, Z, or whatever they define as a custom command. All right, so how do we implement these? Oh, I have to import that first? Okay. Interesting, I didn't have to import that before. Now I can implement missing ones. Okay. Default members. There we go. This brings back memories. Do you remember when I was implementing this the first time, Epic Unknown? Okay, you just store the serialized command. I need to do both. I need to both store the serialized commands and then deserialize them in order to do the logic that the white paper talks about. So we need to figure out what the actual configurations are in that. I've lost my place now. Like, what is the new set and what is the old set? That's going to need to be deserialized from the command. Maybe this works. Enum log data t xy other and log entry struct contains one of those. But that'll only work for one type t, right? I see what you're going at. Then I would have to make the entire Raft thing generic over t. Actually, maybe that wouldn't be too bad. Then there could only be one type custom command, and that would have to be itself another enum. Hey! CM Griffin has rated me back. I started up my stream again, Chris, after dinner was done. So let me, like I did before when I was rating Chris, let me spam the thing again. The chat above my head might recognize from Chris's channel. It's the same thing. You noticed, huh? This is where traits might help. Yeah, so this, whenever you see this dyn keyword, that means any type here, any type will fit here as long as it implements this trait. So I have a choice here. I could use a trait, what this is called as a trait object, or I can do what, hold on. What Volatile Majesty was saying, and instead make the whole thing generic on some t and put the t here, and say, and with the constraint later on that t has to implement something. But hey, thank you for the sub. 18 months? That's 2 baby rages. What are we gonna name these babies? Thank you again. So I could go into this. If I were to make it generic on t, then instead of having a trait that requires that we implement these, I would just have these be methods that you would have to that t would have to implement, right? Or would I have it where I still have the trait, right? Yeah, I would still have to have the trait. I would still have to have the trait, but t would have to be constrained to that trait inside of log entry. That's how it would go. Do I want to do that or box it for now? The other implication of this is that there can only be one type t, so that in my game when I have like 30 different commands, it would have to be a 30 variant enum. But maybe it's better that way. You have to work on your message fragmentation habit. Thank you for the follows. Maybe we'll go with the generic for now and see where it leads me. So this will require a t there, and I'll need a t there, correct? And what's wrong here? Missing arm. Oh, right. Does that mean we don't need a t there? No, we do need that. But for custom, we would delegate it. So this would have to be where t implements custom command. Right? Because if it implements custom command, then we can say custom command, call the custom commands command type. And this needs to say command in front. Oops. All right. So I don't know if you're still here, Chris, but getting pretty complicated here, don't you think? We have a generic enum where the one variant holds a value of the generic type, so that we can have, essentially this is like a combination of some default behavior. So we have 2 built-in commands, but then anyone who instantiates this type with concrete T, basically it gets to define their own commands. And the implementation of command will delegate to the trait of that type. Pretty wacky, don't you think? I don't know if it's going to work. We'll have to find out. I need to do the same thing here, don't I? This also will depend on that same trait, because when we get down to a custom, we'll have to tell it to do the same thing. Only this is to JSON, so for that it will be custom command encode. Or should I just call it what it is? It's to JSON, isn't it? To JSON! To JSON. I probably have my terminology wrong, but that's okay. Alright, so that compiles, which is great. Now to implement converting from a borrowed JSON value for command T. How are we going to do this? I know what I'm going to do. This will avoid me having to do dynamic dispatch. Ooh, I think this is better. I should give a point to, who was it? Who was it? Volatile Majesty. I'm going to give a point to Volatile Majesty because I think this is great, because then I just need to add another method here called from JSON that it is an associated method, isn't it? We get a JSON value and we get a self out, right? I can't do that because it's got to, wait a minute, what? Did I misspell that? Oh, can you not have associated methods of traits? Then I'm stuck. Unless I have it, no. Yeah, oh, this isn't going to work then, is it? Oh, wait. I think I might know. Can we make that an associated type? Like factory or something. Right? What if we do that, and like factory has to be a type that implements a way to turn it from JSON. Anonymous method, tie the variable a name? Okay, if I can do that, that'd be great. I just have to give it a name? Oh, okay, then never mind. I don't need to go through that rigmarole. Awesome. So that's going to show up as a little later. We have to implement that. Okay, so cool. Then I don't need to worry. I can, this one here, we would just delegate, wouldn't we? Yeah, I would delegate. I'm going to have trouble with my unit test, though, because I'm going to have to say some T there. So I'm going to have some kind of dummy implementation. You can't have unnamed variables in trait declarations. I'm happy that we can at least have an associated function in a trait. Yeah, so the default would be to delegate, right? It would be T : from. Did I get that right? I'm already forgetting my names. From JSON, right? It didn't want me to put in from JSON, though. Not JSON, JSON. Yeah, wouldn't we just tell it that it's in charge of constructing it at this point? Yeah, there you go. Have it. Have at it. Oh, I need to make this where T is a custom command. Right? And then this goes to the correct place. Awesome. All right, cool. So then all of these need to be customized, right? In fact, I'm going to have to delegate all of these to custom command. So that means I need 3 more entries in the trait. So let's do it. The trait needs to have a debug. Actually, I can do better than that. I can just say that you can only debug it if it is debuggable. So I can say this is true where t is debug, right? And then this is true where t is equal, and this can be implemented where t implements partial equal, right? Implement t custom command. I don't even think I need to do that, right? Then I don't even need to make it part of the trait. I can just say that just the t needs to be debuggable. Oh, under my from JSON. Oh, instead of doing that, I could have combined it in there. This is more narrowly binding it to the function, right? I might have other functions that don't need t to be a custom command, I suppose. Yeah, whatevs. Yeah, what you're saying is I can just move this there and remove this where clause and it also works, right? Yeah, that works. Yeah, so yeah, I was thinking, well, there are two things going on here. I forgot I could do that, so 1 point to Kerps for pointing that out, that you can do that. This would mean that all of my functions would only be usable if t is a custom command. This is more loose in a sense, because it says you might still be able to call other functions that aren't for t if t is not a custom command, but this one it has to be a custom command. Like I can make another function, happy days, that takes a self, and it just works, right? Maybe not. It's not a member of, oh, because we're in try from, but if try from had another method, we could do that. I was thinking, like, if we had another function, I guess we can show it here. Function happy days self. So this you could call on a command where t is not a custom command, because it's not generic. You couldn't call command type or to JSON, but you could at least call happy days. Granted that these are all the same, it would actually, if this is all we're going to do for command, maybe I don't need, maybe it's just more concise to do that because they're all will require it, right? Yeah, I think I will move to what you were saying there. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So then that's more concise. It's only in one place that, and we say, well, it has to be a custom command to do it, to use any of the methods here. And I guess the same thing here, right? We can't add any more, so I might as well do that. Simplify that. Okay. All of these, maybe? I think so. I think there's no point in me being, how do we say it? This has to be EQ, and that has to be partial EQ. There's no point in me being particular for every function, because there's only one function anyway. We can't add any. Now, how do you implement that? Is it just if you have it, then it is equal? You might not even need to implement that, right? Or do I need to implement that and it doesn't need a body, it's just asserting? I think that's what it is. Do you even need to constrain this? I will in a second, because what I'm thinking about how you would debug it is I would debug the beginning of the structure, and then I would tell the custom command to format it for me. So we're going to do a match self. If the self is self single configuration, how come it's giving me, okay, it's giving me trouble because I'm not finished filling all these in. So what if we just fill them in all at once? Comma. Okay, custom command. Filling in all of them details. So we cover all the arms. And it has to return a result. So actually, we can combine these two. Or I can say, actually I can't. Hey there, Cthulhu, how are you today? Yeah, okay, we'll just do custom formatting for all these. Yes, I am back, Cthulhu. Back for more punishment. This we would use right, correct? F, and then, or is it mute F? We can write anything we want, right? So I can say this. Old. New. Old config. New. Or not new, but config. What if we say config and then old? Or actually, what would be nicer is to just have it going from one to the other. Like that. Since it's a tail call, we just leave it like that, right? And then this one's joint configuration from old to new. And this one we delegate. So this one would be custom comment dot format F. There we go. Quick question for me. Just got a copy of Practical C++. I don't remember that book, but only before noticing it's copyright 2003. Ooh. It might cover at least some of the stuff that was going to go into a C++ 11, but yeah, that's sort of old. I don't know if it would do harm. I think it would just teach you the old way of doing it in C++. Kind of like if you were to learn the old Rust. You would still pick up things, but to pick up modern C++, you'd have to learn some more things on top of that. Only a few things changed in C++, like they deprecated a few things. So you might end up learning some standard library features that got deprecated. If you could find a better, more recent book, that would probably be the best. But I don't think it's I don't think it's totally worthless. It's probably still got some value. Okay, we implemented debug. I think I can have the same kind of technique here, or partial equal. So I can just say old configuration equal other dot. Oh wait, they have to be the same, don't they? So if let that equal other, then it's, I can put other, whoa. That's what happens when I hit the wrong key. I scroll around and I start editing something else. Dot old, no, this isn't gonna work. I have to actually put something in here, right? Other, I have to actually name the fields directly, don't I? Old configuration, other old configuration, and configuration, other configuration. Then I can say other old configuration here, and configuration equal other configuration. Like that. Else false. Every time you write C++, you end up writing C plus hash tables and vectors. That's not too bad. Just, some people call it C with classes. Hear good things about C++ crash course from No Starch Press? Huh. You have a custom comment there. Oh, must be part of the 24-hour stream? No, and hello, Cthulhu. Sorry, did I say hi already? I'm a little, I'm not used to streaming this late. Let me get some waves out. See, I'm really bad at this. Volatile Majesty, hello again. I gave you some points. Biotechnic, hello. You were in chat before, and I missed it. Was that a while ago? It was at 8:08. Oh, that was a long time ago. I'm sorry about that. Oh, that was during the raid, right? Yes. Hello. And I forgot to say hi to Chris. I'm just bad. And the crisp. I'm looking for your chat and I can't find it. Da crisp. Ah, you said Mr. Sir. Mr. Sir indeed. Hello. Okay. I like to greet everybody who chats. If you're a lurker, you don't need to talk. I will not unlurk you. Because, you know, once in a while I like to hang out on other channels and I don't feel that social. And so I just won't say anything and that's fine. As long as they don't call me out and say, oh, I see you in my stream avatars. Hello. And then I'm like, I wanted to stay anonymous. What are you doing? Other new configuration, right? Okay, so the names are slightly different now. Yeah, and then I remove that. Okay, so then here I just call equal. Other. Cool, so this is just delegating. It's too bad we can't implement this with derive. Actually, I could if I pushed it into another enum. So, like, for example, rather than having an enum with 3 things in it, I could have an enum with 2 things in it where it's like built in. And then built in has this and it's auto-derived. Would that save me some typing? It would save me some typing, but it would require an extra level of enum, so I'm not going to do it. And basically I'm done, right? Yeah, I just need to do the same thing for command... Oh, wait, what's wrong here? Oh, command T, right? So we need to be generic on T here as well. Yes. You could bind command T where T is equal and derive equal, maybe? I'm not sure what binding command T where T is equal. What that means exactly. It's fun to implement stuff anyway, that's true. We get a better understanding of what partial equal had to do. We can do equal because partial equal implements that, yes. I mean, that's by definition, yeah. And then right, I get to pick my own custom format, which is kind of nice. The impl for equal is empty, so it's kind of a wash. Actually, can I, now that we implement partial equal, can I derive equal from that? Can I say derive equal? Oh, I can. There we go. Why type it when you can derive it? Okay, so I need an implementation of generic log entry then. And yeah, what do I need to do here? What am I missing here? I have a command type. Then what am I missing? What's wrong with this? Name of the name command type found for borrowed one. Oh, I need to constrain T here. So where would I constrain it? Here? Like that? Or do I do it here? There we do it. Okay, figured it out. Okay, I have some other errors though. What's going on? Oh, okay. Hash set doesn't implement display? Oh, right. It's debug, right? So you need to do that. Okay. What's wrong with this one? Match arms of incompatible types. Okay, yes, because this returns a result. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What are we returning for these arms here? What is map returning? Option map. So we get an option back out. Oh, so I need to do like an okay or here. Right? That doesn't feel right. I don't think it's right. Oh, hey there, cat. My cat's yelling at me. He's down there yelling, well, meowing very loudly. You don't need the mutable on right? Oh, I thought you did. Am I wrong about that? Oh, it's a macro. Maybe I'm thinking of format. Okay, so I don't need that. You're right. You don't need it. Thank you, Grey Jack. Okay, T from JSON. Is that what I'm missing? But from JSON can return an error. Oh, wait. Yeah, it needs to be fallible. That's what I screwed up on. This one has to be fallible. And which means I need to define an error here. Shoot. What do I want to put there for the error? I guess I can... let me think about this. I have my own error type, right? No, I have a special error type. So this would be another special error type. Yeah. It'd be that. I can't see that. Why not? The size for values of type self cannot be known at compile time. Doesn't have a size known at compile time. Oh, because it's a trait. Oh, do I have to say impl? No. Can't do that. I have to return... Wait, how did we get away with saying self, but we can't return a result containing self? Huh. Thank you for the follows, by the way. For time, can you just use strings? Yeah. It's not the error, it's the self I can't put into a result. Right? It's going to say that the size for values of type self can't be known. It doesn't have a size known at compile time. It's required for a result. Result needs to know the size of self. So I suppose we would box it? Would I have to box it? Or do I need to... You can't have a generic trait, can you? Where self is sized? I don't want to have to box it. I guess you're saying I can say where self is sized, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Because it wouldn't make sense to implement this for an unsized type. You could implement these, but that wouldn't make sense, right? Okay, we'll do that. Cool. All right, so now that that's there, okay, this is still a problem. It's because it returns a result, right? And these don't return results, so how do I fix that? Okay, or is operating on an option. I need to turn it into an option. Then why do I have this being a result in the first place? Why don't I just make it an option? Yeah, I don't know. This should just be an option. Yeah, it can either get itself or it can't. Still no? Getting close. Oh, that should be a T, not a self. Wait. What did I do? Okay, I'm really close here. It's a command T. It expects a command T. So... T is a custom command. custom command from JSON returns option of that custom command, right? I'm missing something important. But T is a log entry command. Self. Oh, yeah, I'm just dumb. Kerps has got it. I think it's just a symptom of me working this late. Yeah, I need to do that. But only if this is something. So I think I'll do a map. So it's that dot map command custom. There we go. Because it could be none. If it's none, then I want to propagate the none out and return the error, which is basically that we couldn't parse it. So if it's unparsable, but if the custom command can't parse the JSON, it'll be none, and then the whole thing will be none, right? If it's not none, then we put it into the custom command and bundling it with the rest. Well, it's not bundling with from the rest, it's propagating it back out. Right, wrapping it inside of this variant, right? The T has to sit within the custom variant. So that wraps it in there if it is something, otherwise it's an error. Okay. Now what? Other can't go in that position? Expected T, expected... Oh, is this the same problem? Yeah, it is. I need to do a if let. If let self custom... what? Custom, right? Other equal other, then that, else false. It was weird how the autocomplete wasn't helping me there. Okay, getting there. So yes, need a type here. So again, it's got to be T. Whoops, where a T is a custom command. You know, I just thought of something. We could have can we have T be unit, and then just have derive. We'll have an alternate implementation of debug where T is unit. For when I don't have custom. No, I can't do that because there always is this variant, isn't there? So I have to have a custom T. But maybe I can have a placeholder for testing. All right. This would be T, right? All right, so then yeah, it delegates to command try from. So this is the log entry is really just a wrapper that combines the command with the term number right now. Okay, getting there. So yeah, here's the problem is I can't just make one of these. I don't have a T, right? So what am I going to do here? I don't suppose you can have a default for T when you define a generic, can you? Can you have a default T? Make a dummy. Yeah, I'll have to make a dummy, right? For testing purposes. For science! Struct dummy command. Dummy commands. Or dummy... What do I want to put here? Yeah. Yeah, I don't. My names don't feel right actually. Impl custom command for our dummy commands, and we'll fill it in. All right, so whoops, what happened there? Custom type. We just need to return something. How about poggers? And then to JSON, it's gonna be what's the minimal we can do for there? JSON value null. And from JSON, it's going to be none. There we go. Why can't I do that? Oh, no semicolon. All right, so there's my dummy type. So I need to be explicit here, right? I need to say command dummy command. I'm using the plural here because inevitably this would support a group of commands. So maybe custom command should be plural also. Really, that's the wrong term, right? It should be like command impl or something. Base command? No. How about, yeah, well, how about I rename this to command... I don't want to use the word impl, though. Concrete command? Custom command trait? I don't want to... It's what the name needs to represent is it has to encompass like for my game it would be game command, right? So whatever we name it, up in my implementation somewhere in my game, I'll end up having a struct game command. And I can't type right now, right? And then I'll have impl. Right now it's going to be custom command for game command. But it's going to look weird, like why do I name it custom command? So what goes here? If a game command is basically the built-in one plus the custom ones for the game, then what word fits there? Command mix-in? What are we implementing for game command? We are implementing the extensions of the built-in commands, right? How about command extension? Yeah, wouldn't that fit better? Command extension? Maybe even plural? Extensible command? But extensible implies that there's a non-extensible. I don't know, like concrete? I keep finding myself wanting to make it plural. Maybe not even, the word commands doesn't even go there, does it? The word command doesn't even go there. What would go here? I don't know what to put here. So the ideas in chat were custom command trait, command mix-in, extensible command. I don't know. Well, my mentor would always say, if you don't have a good name, just call it Fizzbuzz or something. Because names, like the actual concrete names, don't matter as much as the concept. But I want to have a name that when you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, I know what that implementation is for, or why we're doing this implementation. How about we call it Raft command? Or maybe just command and I rename this enum? I don't know. What's the trait do? The trait exists so that we can make the concrete. Let's say, like, I'm going to have. I already have my game, right? My game implements a whole bunch of custom commands. There's like 30 or 40 of them, right? In addition to the ones that are built into Raft itself. So the concrete type game command, it's going to implement to and from JSON and command type based off of like some internal variation of T. So T will itself be probably an enum, right? And then we'll have to implement it in terms of that. So like it'll be custom and then game command and then something else, right? So so command is really, what am I trying to say? It's the specification, it's the template. It's a template for any kind of concrete command. But we need to know T because T provides the commands which Raft doesn't care about but still needs to carry in the log. Boom? You can call it boom? I don't know. Your coworker names stuff he doesn't like thingy. You know, I'm tempted to call this one command and call this one something else. Like command template or something. Can I? Would people get mad at me if I called it command template and then called this one command? Well, I can't. I have to be careful here. Like that, right? Maybe that makes more sense. Because in the game, it'll just be game command. Because that's all it will care about. Only Raft cares about. Okay, template isn't even the right name. Then it's not it's not command template. I think this should be called Raft command. There's Raft command, and then there is the trait is called something else. Okay, I need to be careful because I'm doing renames too much here. What to call the trait? Base command, Raft command for the trait. Raftable command. Raftable command. Yeah, I appreciate you guys throwing out ideas. Let's throw back some points to those that are throwing out, and even the evil one. Hey, hi, the evil one. Your suggestion counts too, thingy. It's as good of an idea as I could come up with. Oh, and hello also to... where's your chat? I don't see it now. But I see Mr. Rackman was here. You are a consensus algorithm. Well, hello, Mr. Rackman Consensus Algorithm. How are you today? Thank you for the follow, by the way. We'll come up with a real name here soon. I liked what we were getting onto with Raftable command or Raft command for the trait. Then call this one what? Really, the game command is a subset. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong then. Maybe my original thought was right, that it's really a command extension or extended command. Extended command, there we go. Or custom command. Isn't that what I had originally? Didn't I have custom command originally? Is it difficult because there are two methods to serialize to from JSON and then the outlier of the command type? It's difficult because I kind of want to name them both command, but I don't want to get confused later about which one's which. Name two of them? Should it be two traits? I just think we have one trait and then one generic. The trait is what my game will ultimately implement, because it's implementing the extension, any command that's custom to the game, it will implement. But Raft itself will implement the built-in ones. So yeah, I think it really should be called custom command. And then what to call this one? Just command again? I guess I could do that. So this is the overall command. Yeah. I think am I back to where I started? Maybe, so I think that if I saw that in another crate where I'm implementing my game, I think I would understand it. In fact, this would have in front of it Raft custom command, and I would understand what that means. Okay, I think I've convinced myself to go full circle. What a journey it's been, yeah. Is that what I started with? I need to go back and look at the VOD. If so, I'll be sort of embarrassed, but that's okay. Yep, back to where I started. Okay, that's fine. Typed annotations needed. Okay, so the first test was okay because we annotated it. I think you just annotate them again, right? Wait. Oh, I need to do the turbofish, don't I? Or like that, right? No. Wow, that was bad. I don't want to do that, actually. Is it that in front? Oh, no, just that. This should just, yeah, so this should be singular, not plural. A game command has many variants. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. Do I do it that way? Yeah, okay, finally. I figured out the turbofish again. Yeah, the turbofish is putting a what do you call it? A focus on the generic type. So I would do okay, so when I do from, I use the turbofish. Otherwise, I am just specific here, right? Yes. So here, I mean, I would just annotate the type there. Okay, to annotate type, this one's again turbofish. Dummy command. This one's turbofish. No. This one's like this, right? Dummy command. No. What's wrong with that? Is this again turbofish? It is. You annotate that one, the other side of the equal. I guess it could go either way, all right? How would I do it on the other side? Would I say log entry dummy command equals, and then I can do that? Actually, I prefer if I can figure it out, I prefer the turbofish. Don't ask me why, I just think the turbofish is cool. I just didn't know how to do it here. Oh wait, I think I might know how to do it. I would do it like that, wouldn't I? Oh, there we go. More turbofish for me. Yummy, yummy. I can do the same thing here. Yeah. We prefer turbofish over type annotation in this stream. I love it. Okay. Turbofish for the win. Okay, let's keep going. More turbofish everywhere. Yes. Give me all the turbofish. Okay, now what's wrong with this? Partial equal might be missing. Oh, it might be, yes. In fact, it is. We never implemented it. So let's implement it. Way back up in dummy command. Yeah, I never implemented it. Implement partial equal for dummy command. All right. I think it's going to be true. All dummy commands are the same. It doesn't matter down here, right? As long... Well, hold on. Why would it say it's not implemented? Am I missing... Oh, I'm missing debug. Yeah. So we need to have a dummy implementation of debug too. Implement debug for dummy command. fill it in. What are we going to print? Let's write to the formatter PogChamp, because why not, right? All right, continuing down here. Okay, here I wanted a special one, right? So, I'm missing something here, right? Oh, this should be 2 JSON. And I'm just missing one, right? How come I can't do implement missing methods? Implement. Usually, oh, there it is. No, that's the rewrite. Usually I hover over this and I can implement the missing methods. No quick fix available. Okay, fine. We'll just do it manually. That's okay, I'm not gonna cry. I'll just move on with my life. If I can just hit the right keys, there we go. And I don't need self instead. Actually, I do need self. What's wrong here? Oh, I just didn't return the right thing. And I don't need the where, do I? We know self is sized. Yeah, so here it's going to be self. Well, it's going to be JSON.get payload. And then that needs to be mapped, right? If we have a payload, then we get a self with the payload inside. Actually, I need to first map it through an as, right? So JSON value as U64, and then map it payload to payload as usize, and then map to self payload. Unwrap or none. Okay, I was afraid I would get this wrong. Okay, expected an option, found a struct. Oh, I don't want to unwrap. There we go. Okay, it starts life as an option, so this needs to become an and then, right? Maybe not? Wait. I thought map would do it. But why is it saying that it's an option? Inlay hints, please. I don't get any inlay hints here. Inlay hints just sometimes just doesn't work for me. Okay. Think. Think, Raymond, think. Go back to here. Gate will be an option. What does option map do again? Option map value to value if it's okay. Yeah, it's that. Why doesn't that work? Last time it had an and then on the first map. Oh, right, because, yeah, okay, thank you. I keep forgetting that. Because as U64 returns an option for us, so I don't use map, I use and then. If the thing inside returns a option, like this one does, I don't know why I can't control click it right now. But yeah, I can go to the man page for it here. Yeah, if it returns an option already, we use and then. But if we want value to value, then we use map. And the cheat sheet should also show that. Yeah, the and then turns a T into an option U. But if you have a T to U, then you want a map. Yeah, this cheat sheet is actually very valuable. Musen found this for us. For me and a few other streamers. He's always streaming random Rust projects. Okay. Getting further here now, right? Yeah, I was in the middle of porting this when we decided that we actually needed a custom command in the first place. So, this is supposed to wrap up PogChamp in it, right? So I'm just going to say PogChamp. And we should be done, right? This should say command custom PogChamp. Why not? Expected option found enum. Oh, I need to put some in there? Yeah, that's right. Right, the command is optional. So there's some command in the log entry, and it's a custom command of PogChamp. Got it. All right. Now to serialize it. Let serialize PogChamp. Let me fix that name. Equal JSON value from PogChamp entry. Did I get that wrong? I think I did. Oh, wait, it's the other way around. It's to JSON. Okay. Then we can expect, so that's assert equal. This we replace with the JSON macro. And then this actually looks like real JSON for a change, instead of the near JSON that I used to use in C++. So this becomes just an object. This is just another key inside. There. Whoa, what happened? Oh, it decided to format now. Okay. Didn't want to format until now. So this makes sure we can take our custom command, put it into a log entry. So the type of this will be known at compile time. I don't know why it doesn't know it here. Probably because of this error here. And then we can serialize it and get, well, not serialize, we can turn it into JSON if we want. And we should also, this is the rest of the test is that we turn it back, right? I'm being rated by user335. User335 is working on his own game in Unity. And he's super dedicated, and he listens to Eye of the Tiger constantly. It keeps him motivated and driven. Hey there, Sky Acania Dev, how are you? I'm working on some pretty deep stuff in Raft today. I can try to give you guys a brief overview. You're from the raid? Ah, welcome. You just broke 33,000 Eye of the Tiger? Wow. Good going, user335. I'm impressed. You probably have to go to take care of the little one. That's fine. Thank you for the raid. I'm going to give everyone who raided a little brief intro to what I'm doing today. So, I wrote an implementation of this thing called the Raft Consensus Algorithm. Really, really, really briefly, it is designed to keep a cluster of servers in sync about state. So let's say we say, make a request, right? How come that didn't go out? Oh, there it goes. Do you see how the request kind of exploded out and then act back? And now all these servers are at the next state. So the number in the circle means what, like how far the state has advanced on that server, right? We have 5 servers in the cluster. These little orange circles are just pings, right? They're making sure that the other servers are still, that everyone's still alive, right? So if I do something like I stop that server, he won't act anymore. And so this one's called the leader. He's not getting the acts from 5 anymore. And so when the state does advance, like we say, do another request, now we're advancing to, after this ping goes out. There we go. Is it waiting for this guy to act? Is that what's going on? Did I do that right? Make another request. Oh, no, okay, I was wrong. The 2 is the generation number, the term. This is the state of the server. You can see how I stopped server 5, so it's not getting the updates anymore. If I stop server 2 now, every time I do another request, it first starts on the master server, the leader, and then as it gets replicated, it gets copied to the servers that are still running. Now, if we resume or restart server 2, the next time server 1 tries to contact it, server 2 will catch up. You see it's starting to catch up there? So I'm implementing this. What this lets you do, like you can show, you can have fault tolerance. So let's say you have 5 different servers that are giving access to your game. Hint, hint. So each of these has a copy of the game state. You can think of this long list as the delta changes to the state of the game. So every time you move or you attack a monster or something, another record gets added. And with this 5 server cluster, we have 5 copies of the game, but unfortunately server 5 has crashed. So at some point it would be restarted, right? And it's behind in the game, but that's okay because the way Raft works is that as a server rejoins, it gets to catch up. You can see server 5 is catching up, right? So as you can tell from the difficulty in me even explaining it, this is not a simple algorithm, and it's got a very niche use. It's very useful for me because my game has fault tolerance because I have run multiple copies of it, but the overhead, as you can see, each copy has its own state of the game, and there's a lot of messages that go back and forth between the servers to keep them in sync. So I implemented this in C++, and I'm going back and porting it to Rust, the Rust programming language. And you might ask, why Rust? Because my viewers would occasionally say I should check it out, and I did, and I really liked it. So let me show you my game. This runs on top of a Raft implementation. So I can move around in the world, and let's say one of the servers crashes. What I would see there is I would see one of my server statuses go red, but you could still play the game as long as there are at least 2 servers running. So this is really the minimum cluster size of 3. The moment I get 2 red rows here, the game can't make progress. But as long as we have at least 2, let's say server 3 crashes, the game will still work. In fact, I can tell it to go to sleep now, take server 3 offline, and now server 3 is stopped, but we're still able to make progress in the game. The NPCs are still all moving around fine. If I were to make one of the other 2 servers stop, it would hose everything up. The idea is that if any one server crashes, but then starts up again, I wake it up, it will try to rejoin the cluster and then catch up. So the other 2 servers will feed the 3rd server all of the updates it missed while it was offline. It takes a little bit of time, but eventually it should catch up. If it doesn't, I'll be sad. And so it's not an easy-to-use algorithm. How hard is it to switch the master server? It's an operation that's built into the Raft algorithm. So for me, it was hard to implement. The concept is not basic, but here I'll show you what happens. Let's say we take server 1, which is the leader, offline. We just stop it. What the algorithm is designed to do is the other 4 servers will eventually time out, and their timeout intervals are random. So the first one to time out will basically try to run for the office of leader, and if it's the first one to ask for votes, the other servers will vote for it, and it becomes the new leader. Yeah, so any of these servers can become leader. If we stop this guy, now the first one of these to time out will try to run for leader. Now, they don't assume leadership immediately because it's possible that 2 of them might time out simultaneously, and then there might be a tie in the election. In this case, though, it's very simple. You can see one of them is always winning. I could probably try to arrange this so we have a tie. So let's resume all 3 servers, let it go for a while until they're all in sync again. So you can see they resync pretty fast. Now, let's stop this. And then, can I pause this? Oh, that's just running. Okay, it's paused. So we'll time out 1 and 5 simultaneously. And I'll show you what happens. So you can see 1 and 5 both want to become leader, and they're asking for votes, right? And you can see as it's coming back, you have some pluses and some minuses. What these are is the plus set from 4 says, yeah, I'll vote for you. The minus from 2 says, no, I'm not going to vote for you because I already voted for 5. You can see the plus from 2 going to 5. 2 voted for 5. So when 1 asks for their vote, 2 says, can't vote twice, it's illegal. So you'll end up with whoever has the higher votes, so S5 had the higher number of votes, gets to assume leadership right away. You could have a situation where there is no winning candidate because you have multiple candidates, and it just repeats. They all time out, and then you hold a new election. The number increments here whenever you have a new election, basically. Yeah. So if anytime we time out, so like this guy times out immediately, he says, well, let's vote for the leader in term 6, and then he becomes a leader, right? And let's bring him back online. So let's say, so if you are a malevolent server, you could just immediately time out even though you got a request, and you would become the leader. So it's a cooperative system. The servers here all have to have good intentions. I wrote an MMO on C++ once that gave you depression. I'm sorry. Could Raft be used to sync state between peer-to-peer game clients? I think so. As long as you have enough peers, there's a minimum set that you need. And you can see there's going to be a lot of network traffic between the peers. So it might not be the best way to run the game, but yeah, it's one way. It's definitely one way to have all the peers end up with the same state. There's one disadvantage is that, let's say you're playing the game on S1, you can't make decisions about anything in the game. You have to send a request to the leader server to say, hey, would you please move my character? And then S4 would have to say, okay, everybody, S1 is moving. So there's a little bit of a disadvantage to whoever is not running the leader server. The result in one of several missing states. Yeah. So the algorithm is crafted specially so that they all stay in consensus. So they all agree on the state. That's what consensus means, right? So it's hard to get it to into the right situation, but there are like edge cases where you can have disagreement temporarily between the servers. But the state marked by the circle here is where they all are guaranteed to be in sync. The arrow is where the state hasn't propagated far enough. So I could do a couple of requests here, and then I could time this guy or stop that guy so he's not receiving it, and then do another request, and then I could have a timeout, and then I could start this guy, and I could probably get into some weird state, right? Okay, well, you can see some of them are behind. They just have to catch up. There's an ACK and a NACK thing built in, so if they all ACK, if a majority of the servers acknowledge that they receive a record, they all agree to it. Interesting that they all have... Okay, it just takes a while. It's showing it really slowed down to show you what's going on. Eventually, they'll all be in consensus. Unless I screwed it up somehow. What if I do a new request? Yeah, do you see how that got overwritten with 8 and it used to be 7? And all the circles now marched forward, so now they're in sync again. Is this open source? I believe Raft itself is just defined in a white paper, and I don't think that there's any IP in it. It's Diego Angaro's PhD thesis. There are lots and lots of open source implementations, and mine is open source as well. If a single server ends up isolated away somehow, does it elect itself? I believe yes, but it can't march forward because it will know that it does not have a majority of servers on board. So like there can be a temporary partition here. Let's say 1 and 5 are on one island and 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4 could continue to make progress. 1 and 5 might try to make progress, but they'll both know that they're not getting a majority of the 5 acts or the votes, right? So 1 and 5 won't be able to make progress until they're able to rejoin, and then they'll have to catch up to the majority. How much past state does it keep track of? The example here shows all of it, but the white paper talks about you can consolidate state together in what's known as a snapshot. So that's what I do in my game, because my game is running so many log entries that I think it's in the billions of log entries. I can't see it from this view, though. I can only see the generation number, 8,186. It's very high because my game would go through periods where there were bugs in my Raft implementation, and I would have election loops where it would just keep starting a new election, and so there'd be a new election every 100 milliseconds, and I'd be whoa, I need to stop it. If my Raft implementation was good, then the only time the number would increment is if a server, if the leader server had to go down, and I have not needed to restart 8,000 times. So, but the log entry count is constantly, I think we're doing like several hundred per second, because every time anything changes in the game, any one of these NPCs moves or I move my camera, it's causing another state change to the cluster. They're buffered until they can be consolidated into a snapshot. Yeah. So I buffer them on disk just in a linearly written file, so that you can read from the front. All the log entries should be good until maybe the last few might be corrupt. And that's okay, because as long as you have a majority of the cluster remember something happened, then the others can recover and catch up. So anyway, that wasn't very brief. That was a long explanation. Let me give you the web page if you want to learn more. But I'm implementing that in Rust, and I'm at the very early stages of the porting. Right now, we're just dealing with how do we encode a entry in that state machine. So the term is that number you're seeing in the circles, and then the type identifies what the command is going to be. So in my game, the type might be move a character, and then the details in the command might be character is Joe, and he moves to the left one square, right? So we have to encode that somehow, because we have to send it over a network connection. So in the very early stages of my game, everything was sent over the wire as a big JSON string, and a lot of it still is, and it's going to be changed to a binary format when I get to it. The core stuff with Rust, I did convert to a binary format, but I haven't done it for the whole game yet. How big will the snapshot file be? In the megabytes. The snapshot file will end up consisting of, like, for example, in my game, let's go back to it. The snapshot file will hold the components for every entity. So like the sword giver here are all of his components. He's got 5 components. He's got movement capabilities, he's got an interact list, he's got NPC attributes, he's got a position and a tile. Tile is how we draw them. Position is to find where he is in the world. NPC component is because he's an NPC. If I click on this tree, the tree only has a position and a tile. It's a very boring thing. This door has a few more. It's got a position and a tile, but it also has a use tag and door attributes. So the snapshot consists of a huge map of all components of all entities in the entire game. So if we never destroyed an entity, then we have roughly 15,000 entities in the game. So there would be a huge list of doors, positions, tiles, and everything else. Really like to look at the game. I can show you the I have a test environment that's not in production, just to give you a flavor of what it looks like. It would be in the other window, though. New window. Go to the actual game. Close everything, and I'm going to go to the stage. I hope I still have a stage. Stage. Right. So here are individual. Actually, I can actually show you what a journal file looks like. So these right here are components that are changing, and if it's a position component, it's something moving in the world, right? This is a particle effect. So I think I had like a test particle effect in a lava pool somewhere. So this means that the cluster has agreed to tell all clients that a particle just got generated. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that happens in the game when nothing really much is going on is things just move around randomly. You have coordinate changes all over the place. So this will go for maybe several thousand entries. I capped it at 256 for the test environment. And then we'll form a new snapshot. And this is what a snapshot looks like. We have what generation we are on the journal. So every time we roll we make a new snapshot, we increment the journal generation number. So it's gone to 75,000 times, so we've done snapshots. And then for every type of component, we have a list of them. So here are all the global variables of the game. Here are, what's more interesting? Here are all the items in the game. Here's a piece of chicken. Here's a sword. Here's another sword. A lot of swords. Here's a stack of gold, right? Those are the different items in the world at the time. Here are the NPCs. So this one is Bob, I think. Yeah, Bob. We have Bob, and then we have green slime. So basically the snapshot is a huge JSON construct right now. Before I started porting this stuff to Raft, I started taking a lot of these things and pushing it into a real database because it's just absurd how large this JSON file gets. I think the production game takes about a minute to load just because it has to deserialize all the game entities. But yeah, I hope I don't have any sensitive info in this. I'll just collapse the config for now, so just in case. So yeah, there are metrics in the game. There are a list of players in the game. So here are, I can show this because it's not real information here, but if someone registers in the game with a password, we hash their password with a good algorithm. We hold on to backup one-time passwords in case they lose their authenticator. We remember certain things about them. We remember their email address. Here's the hash of their password. If they have a persistent login token. So all the things you would expect that a game would keep about the actual players playing the game is also in the snapshot. All in-game tickets are stored in the snapshot. So basically, this JSON file captures the state of the entire game world, everything. And it gets into the megabytes with just a small example that we had so far. So I'm eventually going to move that all to a lot of it to a database. Well, thank you, Uber Unix. And good night. Would you like to look at my game? So I didn't talk too much about the game itself, but it is inspired by the old Ultima games, so like Ultima 4, Ultima 5. It's a kind of game I always wanted to try to make for myself. And I figure it's doable because even though we have the online aspect, the graphics are really simple. They're very retro. I don't have to be a great artist. I really just need to get the mechanics in the game, and I need to get some story. And I haven't addressed any of that yet. I'm still working on the mechanics. I'm using an entity component system, not an ORM. I just literally have tables and tables of different kinds of entities, like I was showing before. So there's like a table for all items. There's a table for all positions in the world. There's a table for all visible tiles. And those map directly from the database to the entity component system, which is just huge lists of slices of entities. It reminds you of the Exile games. Okay, that's cool. It's a late stream, Peak. How are you doing? And Rat's Tail, hello. How big will the game world be? Hopefully it'll be tremendously huge. So I definitely can't put it all in a big JSON file. I'll need a professional database at some point. I'm working on moving it to SQLite at least, if not something bigger. Is each component unique? Yes. Each component has an entity tag associated with it. Are they installed on instantiated entities? Yeah, I can go back to show you that again. I shouldn't have closed it though. Recent game. We'll go back to look at a snapshot file if I can find it again. Here we go. All right. So let's look at an item in the game world, like this sword here. It has entity number 7452, right? So entity 7452 might have other components in it, like how to draw it. Maybe if it's a sentient iron sword, it would have a dialogue attached to it. Whenever you want to attach a piece of data to an entity, you create a component and you give the component the same entity tag as the other data that's associated with it. These entity tags are just numbers. Whenever you want to create a new entity, you just take, I have a master counter at someplace. Maybe it's here. Yeah, next entity ID. So if we were to create something entirely new in the game, it would get this number and then this number would increment. And then that entity number 17227 would we would use that to when we create, like if it was an item, we would create an item component and put that number for the entity. So it lets you do all sorts of interesting things, like you can have a sword start out as inanimate, and then if I were to take that sword entity and attach an NPC component, the NPC game systems will start to use it, and then that sword can now walk around in the world, it can attack people, you could talk to it, all sorts of crazy things. Things can go invisible if you remove an entity's tile component. Something, when you pick it up, its position in the world is destroyed, and instead it becomes referenced in a player's inventory bag list. So at some point we have items. Yeah. So this player has 3 items in their inventory, and they're held by entity IDs. So these entities will not have a position in the world, because that would be kind of crazy if it's both in your inventory and somewhere else in the world at the same time. I've had that happen. You pick up an item, but it's still there on the ground, but it's also in your bag. That shows up as being both reference from your items and having a position. Anyway, yeah, that's how my entity component system works. The player item, so they're just refs. To pick up an item means to destroy its position component and add it to your list of items. If you drop an item, then this becomes 0, and we had better create a position component for that entity, otherwise it's irretrievable. I actually have to have a special server-side script called the Lost and Found that looks for any item that neither has a position nor a reference in anyone's inventory. Yeah, it just fell out of the world somewhere, right? And if that happens, I actually have a special place to put it called Lost and Found. So I can show you the Lost and Found. We can see if anything's in it right now. I have associated with the zone. How do I show that? Go to the items and go to the globals. That wasn't right. Oh, that was right. And then I got to go to the containers. Globals. Right, so I have a Lost and Found. I have some things stashed in it, actually. A pile of gold, a sword, some fireworks. I found it's a convenient place for me as a game master to stash things. But I have a script that if any item gets misplaced, it'll place it in the Lost and Found, which is just a huge container of items. You mentioned an item can become an NPC. Does it then move? Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't move to a different table. It gets a new table. So these NPCs have... Like this guy has 5 table entries. So the type is that you can think of the type as a table, and an entry for an entity with that type means that that entity has a row in that table. So this guy, the NPC sword giver, has a row in 5 different tables. He has a row in the tile table, a row in the position table, etc. So if I were to like delete his row in the NPC table, he's no longer an NPC, but you'd still see him standing there, and he would have a name and everything. You just wouldn't be able to talk to him, and he wouldn't move around. But if I took an item and placed it in the world and gave it a row in the NPC table, now it can start moving around. It might be hostile. It depends on what the parameters of the NPC component are. Like, for example, attackable means a player can attack them. So NPCs in town are not attackable. Because you know what would happen if I turned that to true? Someone would log into my game and kill Bob, and we would be very sad. Yeah, it gets really crazy, and that's where I wish I was more creative. Because we could have things like an NPC who just walks around town, and then if you decide to try to attack him, he would maybe just slaughter you, or maybe he'd drag you off and put you in jail. It becomes very, very open-ended when you have this kind of system, because just by attaching a component to an entity, it gets a whole bunch of sets of new behaviors, right? And then if I have a system for operating on all NPCs, it could look for special things, like an NPC could be a guide. They might be attackable. They might have an aggro table. They might have I could invent something like, I could say Bob has a favorite meal, chicken. There's no game system that cares about NPC's favorite meals, but if I made one, now it would know that Bob likes chicken. And now, sadly, he doesn't anymore. Anyway, I have a lot of fun talking about my game. Eventually, I'll get back to working on my game, but right now, I'm trying to port the basically the journal entries. Each of these is a log entry, and we're representing it in Rust using a type. The term entry is common to all log entries. So in my code, you'll see term. These types are represented here, type, and then any other thing in the command here shows up here. So I'm trying to map that back to Rust again. Is the game open source? The game itself is not open source because I want to see if I can make something out of it. But you can play it. There's no content there. It's all online. It's hosted in Amazon Web Services. You could log in now and move around in it. Moddable do have some beginnings of that. So I wanted to make it so I didn't have to rebuild the game server every time I add content. So in addition to having this open-ended entity component system, I also have a Lua scripting system. So, for example, giving a script that gives a sword to someone is written as a Lua script, and I can edit this in-game, or I can run a special tool to synchronize the scripts in-game with what I have in my local workspace computer. And conceivably, I could allow players of the game to import their own scripts and let them maybe control certain areas that belong to them. So, like, you might have a zone dedicated to you, which is your house or something, and maybe you and you alone would be able to run scripts that only can affect a certain subset of the entity components that happen to be in your house. So I have to be very careful, because if I just let anyone run any script, they could destroy the entire world. They could blow holes in, they could start deleting things. I don't want that to happen. So to make it moddable by non-administrator players, I have to be very careful, and I haven't really delved into that. All the scripts right now are only runnable by me and by the game systems, which are built into the game. Some of the game systems themselves are coded in Lua as well. So, like, the game system that spawns NPCs is right here. It's not that complicated because it leverages templates that it finds. So it's called this NPC class. So there are different classes of NPCs, and they're basically NPC templates. And so to create the NPC component, the character component, position in the world, a lot of it is pulled from the class entity. I could talk forever about my game. Show us some of the JSON-DB. The comps are in tables by type and reference an entity. Do you get an entity object within the code, or do you have to iterate? Game systems iterate through all components, but there are methods to get a specific entity, all of its components, and there's a way to get a specific component of a specific entity, because that comes up. The NPC system might need the position so that you can see, is that NPC next to someone else? So there's a crossover between tables, or between a game system that cares about NPCs. It has to look at other types of components as well. So there are lookups. How long have I been working on this? A couple years now. Do I have a how long? Yes, I do. Mid 2018. So I progress on the game stopped in August because I got a month-long consulting contract. When I came back from that consulting contract, I decided I wanted to redo a lot of the game core in Rust. So I've been working on that since. Yeah, I said Lua. Yeah, the scripts in the game are Lua. So I'll have to do that in Rust too. I host Lua inside of the game. Lua is very easy to host inside of both C++ and Rust. Can't make heads nor tails of AWS. If you limit yourself to very specific AWS nodes, like the Elastic Cloud Compute or Route 52, and you just study them one at a time, it makes a lot more sense. So I use EC2 as the equivalent of like any other hosting service out there, like DigitalOcean or whatever. They just give you a virtual machine, and I can load Linux on it, and then I can then set up my game to run on it. It's just a virtual machine. To map it to my domain name, I got to use Route 52. So I'm pulling in very small subsets of AWS. I don't use the whole thing. Don't try to learn all of AWS at once. Just like pick one thing at a time. And the most fun thing to start with, I think, would be EC2, because you could get to run a virtual machine and log into it and run stuff. You could run a web server on EC2. And you get a year for free. EC2 instances are not free after a year, though. I have to pay like $15 a month. Got a server you pay too much for already? So AWS, people say that it costs too much. Other people say it's nice and flexible. I tend to think that if you're really smart about what you need, and you can like use the minimum resources that you need, you can get the cost pretty low. For me, $15 a month is fine for this kind of thing, and that's all I got. I fit what I need into $15 a month. Now, if I wanted to pay more, I could have it run faster, I could have more users, that kind of thing. And then I have to start thinking, well, if there are a lot of people playing my game, maybe I should start charging a little bit, or maybe accept donations, and then that would feed into the cost of running it in AWS. And then if I could break even, then that's great. But right now it's all $15 a month going into the big hole. Got many things running your server, needs to clean up. That happens, yeah. I can see that. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed my long explanation about where I'm going with all this. Let me go back to the microscopic level. I'm trying to make a test where we're adding a custom command. So my game is going to leverage this heavily. And this is playing around with a PogChamp command. You can envision instead of PogChamp, we might have something like move monster. There might be a command in the game to move a monster, right? And so how do we encode that and how we send it to other servers in the cluster? It's going to look like this if we ask it to go to JSON. All right, I initially was going to have a factory, but I don't think I need that anymore. Instead, we will just implement this, right? Actually, we already did that. I already did it. So I don't need this factory at all, right? I ended up moving it up there anyway, right? This from JSON is what I used to have in this factory, so we don't need this anymore. Yay, get rid of it. I don't need the register anymore. Perfect. Right, so it all comes down to saying we can deserialize if we know the type, right? PogChamp entry. Let's go ahead and just toggle snake case now on this. So this is how it was in C++. How is it in Raft? The cat's meowing really loudly again. I fed you! If he comes close enough, I'll grab... Oh, are you going to grab the kitty for me? Okay, we might get to see the cat. He hates it when I show him off on stream. But, you know, when he meows loud enough, he's sort of asking for it. Okay. No prefix there. It's going to be log entry of our PogChamp type. From, right? That needs to be there. It's not satisfied because we don't have a convert from... Oh, we have a kitty. Okay, hopefully he doesn't claw me. Say hello to chat, kitty. You asked for it. You're meowing really loudly, even though I fed you. So there you go. Here's my cat. Casper, yes. He now is probably pissed off at me. Oh, okay. I talked too much about my game and I got disoriented. How do I deserialize my own game log entries? Oh, it was this. That's what we do. Yes. We say... Oh, that's what I had. Oh, but I didn't have an @ sign. There we go. And I need to say let. All right, cool. So now we will get a log entry of type PogChamp. I don't know why it says unknown there, though. But now we can assert that we know certain things about it, right? We can say assert equal. This got messed up down here, didn't it? I think it used to say that. And then enter, right? All right, so we should be able to look at its term. It's term 8. Okay, we don't have null pointers in Rust. Instead, we need to branch off the command, right? So we would say match its... Can't type. Okay, match its command. And it had better be a command custom of PogChamp, right? Well, let's just put command here again. If it is, then we can check these other things about it, right? We can check the payload, essentially. Assert that the command's payload is 42. All right, but if it's something else, then we have a problem. Expected custom command. All right. Okay, and then these still stand because these are generic, right? We should get PogChamp if we ask it for its type. Command type. And do I not have a command type? Oh, for oh, maybe I don't for log entry. No, I just have two JSON. Didn't I have a command type elsewhere? I do. I have it right here. So why? Okay, it's on command itself. Yeah, so I should be able to call that. Oh, there's an option. Oh, I forgot something. Okay, so this we need to see that there is a command. So assert that pogchamp entry command is some, and then we will say actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to destructure this thing. I'm going to say that let a log entry of type pogchamp with some fields in it, term and command, equal that. Can I do that? I did that before, right? Yes. Oh, I don't have to have the type there. Oh, that's useful. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you could tell I'm new to Rust. I've only learned Rust for about 3 months. Snubnose? Yeah, he's a squish nose. I made his face into an emote. The beast. Okay, so when I do that, then I can just say term here. And command. And then I can remap the command. Let command equal command unwrap. Passing that assertion. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Then we can match the command. And it better be a custom where we can look at the payload. Otherwise, okay, cool. So this all works now. And it's just command type. And I don't need to do that. In fact, I think I would like to do this first, because we're about to match it. There we go. Perfect. Run it. Failed somehow. Panic that it's not... Oh, okay, so it didn't see a command there. Is that not matching? It is matching. Okay, so the from might be broken then. Let me look for that. The from on the log entry. I can just do Control-Shift-O and then do from here. Okay, so it should have delegated to the try from on the command, which should look at the type, and then it should have delegated to our custom type. So that should have gone to dummy. Where are you, dummy? Big dum-dum. What's PogChamp, actually? It should have gone to here. Oh, do I need to get command first and then... Oh, yeah, okay, so I messed this up. We need to do get command, and then with the command get payload. I think that's what I did wrong. Because it doesn't get just the command, it gets the entire thing. I could probably change that, actually. There's no need for me to do that, right? So if I wanted to change that, I would go into here, right? And instead of doing the JSON, I would just pass in json.get. I'm actually doing that 3 times. What if I just do it once? Yeah, let's just do that once. Can I... That's going to borrow self and give me an option. I wonder if I'm going to run afoul of the borrow checker when doing this, though. You know what I can do is I can put it into the match here. Let me see what happens. If I say let command equal that. Do I get into trouble with the bar checker? I guess not. Okay, well that's easy. Then I can say that there. What? Why does that not work? Oh, because I have too many things called command. Shoot. So this really should not be called command. It should be called command type. Then I can... what happened here? I messed up, didn't I? Yeah, okay. When in doubt, undo. Command type. Right, so then this is just command. And we're good again. Then, I can put command there, and it doesn't need to find it again. Uh-oh. Oh, we have an option there? Okay, so what if there is no command? I think then I should do a command map, right? Command map. Command to that. That's an option, and I map, if there's something in it, we get a value, and then I should be able to pass that. Okay, incompatible arms. Oh, I have too many levels here. Shoot. It's, and then, isn't it? Yeah. When in doubt, look at the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet says that if we have an option and we want to turn it into another option, so our choices are map and a bunch of other ones, but the ones I'm considering are map and then. You can see the difference between them is map takes a function that turns the type into t into u, right? But and then turns a t into an option u. And so I have to pick the right one, I have to look at, well, what is the thing we're passing, using it with? The from JSON returns an option, so that means I want the one that matches, I want and then, right? I can't, if I used it with map, if u is an option of something else, then I'll have an option, which would be wrong. These names are chosen by a Rust community to like make sense when we read it, but I still have trouble reading this. I guess it's saying, given a command, if it's something, then map it to the run it through this function. Yeah, I still get confused. Map and then confused. Anyway, we're moving on. I'm going to run my test again, and it better pass, otherwise I'll be sad. I'm sad. Okay, that's fine. Command is still empty. Oh, wait. That's because this was looking into command again, and I don't need that, do I? We just get the payload. Yeah. That's right. Now we pass. You said and then even when you were verbally working out the problem. And then I caught it. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Streamer claims he old, doesn't look old, moving on, but I'll give a follow. Oh, thank you, Frog Dog Live. Sometimes I just feel old. Hey, what time is it? Wow, it's almost 10 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. I've been going 2 hours. I want to at least get to some stopping point. All my unit tests pass right now. That means I can add more stuff, right? That's how it works. You pass all your tests, you're allowed to add more code. Actually, I might be done with log entry, because that was the last test from C++ was the custom command. I think we're done. I'll just clean this up. Clean this up and check it in. This probably deserves a comment because it's a longer test, so we're going to say invent a custom command for this test. And this would be serialize, well, create an instance of the custom command. And this one is turn a custom command into JSON, verifying it has the expected rendering. So it should render to that, right? And then this one would be take a JSON and turn it around to form the command again, and verify the command has all the expected values in it. So verify it has the right term, verify there is a command, and get to the command and make sure it's a PogChamp command and that it matches our correct payload. There we go. One of your match arms in your implementation, you have custom comment instead of custom command. Did I miss that? Comment. Oh yeah, you're right. Look at that. Getting sleepy, rat's tail. Well, you can drift off to my wonderful voice. Command. Thank you for that, MetroDev. I'll give you a point for that. All right. That I should probably clean up all these warnings, right? These warnings are mostly because we don't use it in this module, but I will use it in other modules, so I'll need to mark it as public. If that's public, the entire struct needs to be public. And it's going to warn me that I'm not commenting, right? Oh, it's saying that custom command is private, so yes, this also needs to be public. Yeah, command type should be public, so should command. Interesting. I forgot. Do I need to mark impulse public? I don't, right? These should be public. Why is it saying we never use it? I do use this. I don't know yet, but it probably has to do with the other warnings, so I'm going to keep going. That is used. This one is not, so we mark that saying we actually never needed the JSON for the dummy command. Same thing for the other. We didn't need it. It might be that it's never used because we need to use it outside the module. So maybe temporarily, I'll mark the whole module as public. Okay, that fixed it. So now everything is expected here. Or I mean, everything is good now. If we mark it public, we don't need to use it because it's now externally public. You're in another window. Drift off to your voice for only 29.95 a minute. Operators are standing by now. Act now! Okay. Clean this up once I get it better at Surday. Do we need to clean this up? Oh, the problem here was that there was some redundancy, right? Oh, no. The cleanup was to try to use Surday's generation and deserialization, right? I should probably be clear about that. Either implement Surday traits or get really or become a true Surday ninja by using their derived macros. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. I'm not interested in learning that tonight. Implementing serialize, deserialize, right? That's what I mean by that. Serialize and deserialize. And we'll even put them in backticks. There we go. I don't want to do that now. I'll leave that to do. Let me see. Do I have any other to-dos? No, I just have that one. I don't want to do any more cleanup here. I like how that ended up. I think we're good for now. I will need to, the next step will involve making a binary serialization for some of these, though. Here's some of my tests. They look okay. Okay, we're done. I'm going to check it in and move on to the next step. So, get cola. Okay, so let's just continue to say work in progress porting to Rust. And that's going to be the summary for a lot of my check-ins. So this would be finish initial cut of log entry and command types. Define custom command trait. Port all log entry unit tests. Did I have unit tests for commands too, or just log entry? Just log entry, okay. What else did I do? It's the network communication between servers over RPC or something like WebSockets. In the real game, it's over WebSockets, which you can see if you, in your browser, when you're about to connect to my game, if you open the, what is it, F12, the developer view, and you have it watch the network connections, and you then connect to my game, you'll see that the very first thing it does is connect via website. Well, the first thing it does is loads my game client, which is hosted on Amazon Web Services S3. But once the JavaScript loads, the first thing it does to talk to a server is make a WebSocket connection. Yeah, for the Raft 2, between servers I use WebSockets as well because it's convenient. It's a convenient transport layer for me. Because they have to run web servers anyway, I just said, oh, let's just have the web server be inward facing too, and we have WebSocket connections between web servers. Yeah, it works out pretty well. And what ends up happening is the overhead to make the connection is one time only, because once the servers are connected, they tend to stay connected. And then the only overhead from that point on is the like 5 or 6 bytes per text message to do the framing. So if you want to read more about that, I actually have that here, the WebSocket protocol. If you just glance quickly at chapter 5, there is a slight overhead, 2-byte minimum for encoding the opcode, which is the type of message. So if it's a text message, it'll be a 1. The fin bit tells you is used if you fragment messages, but I tend not to. And then you have the at least 7 bits for the payload length. If you end up having bigger payloads, you extend out to either 16 or 64 bits. And then one direction has to do masking, but that's very light masking, and that's just to avoid poisoning HTTP proxies caches. But it's just a simple XOR mask, and you have the payload data. So at runtime between servers, there's slight overhead to do masking and to encode the lengths and the opcodes, and that's it. It's really fast, though. To make it even faster, what I would do is just drop down to a raw socket, TCP socket. But, you know, if I don't need to, then keeping it WebSocket protocol gives me the advantage in that I can leverage it for doing stuff like fragmentation if I need to, and then multiplex in pings. And then I can also capture the traffic and more easily distinguish the messages, because the built-in framing keeps the messages separate. I don't have to like parse messages to find the breaks between them and that kind of thing. So it's pretty convenient. All right, I way over-explained that, didn't I? I was in the middle of checking this in. So what else did I do? Port all unit tests. There's a custom command trait. Okay, so I should say command is now, well, command, I should combine that here. These are now generic over the type of custom commands. Define custom command trait. So actually, another sentence here would be commands now are now extensible in addition to being a built-in command. One may be a custom command. These are not generic over the type of the custom commands to define the trait. And actually, that's enough said, right? So everything is... Oh, I needed to make log entry public to avoid lint warnings for now. Eventually it'll be just package local. And that's the custom stuff. More custom stuff. Or there's some optimization here. We got rid of the redundant JSON get commands, right? And we just passed that down there. All right. Oh, right. Because we made them generic, add custom implementations of debug and partial equal for command, since they can no longer be derived. Well, derived the way I was deriving them. The people in chat had ideas on how I might be able to do part of that by derive, but I opted out of that for now. I removed some old dead code. Yeah. So we at least need to have a dummy extension even if we don't use it. Okay, cool. That's it. Stage and commit. Push that upstream. If you want to see my code, by the way, it's at github.com/rimo8354, and this one's raft.git. My game itself is not open source, but the pieces that go into it, I don't see why not making them open source, because there's really... It's just yet another implementation of Raft in this case. Next, do I want to start getting into message? That would be the next thing. Message tests. This has to do with serializing of sending events between servers. So like request a vote or provide vote results, the heartbeat message, the append entries, and this one actually holds a Raft log entry in it. Garbage, handle garbage correctly. Yeah, let's do this. So this will be another module. So I need to hydrate though. Hydrate. Hydrate or dihydrate. That's what my spawn is saying right now. So message, which implies that we're going to have a message.rs. That's a module in Rust. We begin, as always, by saying for the test configuration, we have a submodule called tests. And in there, we're going to use everything in the super. All right. And then we start pulling in unit tests, because we're doing this test-driven development, right? We start with the test, make a test compile, then make the test pass by implementing code, right? So I even have a command for that. It's called TDD. All right. Test. I believe in TDD for unit tests. I think it's really helpful. In this case, it allows me to take tests I wrote for one language, just port it, and then it helps me kind of drive the implementation in Rust too. I just need to port the tests. So I'm going to get rid of this old style. Okay, so we're going to imagine that we're going to have something called a message. So message in, we will let it be equal to some kind of message. I suppose it's going to be an open-ended structure, right? So it's just going to be a message where the type... Oh, type implies we should have it be an enum, right? So let's have a message of request vote. That would be to do it this way, right? Yeah, and then in its structure... Oh, wait, no, we're going to have some common things in there. So then, let's do it this way. The message has term 42. Okay, now I'm not sure. I need to look at the C++. Are these in a common part? Oh, they are. And then we have a union. Okay, so that's perfect. This will be the enum part, and this will be the common part. Okay, got it. So then it's just term sequence, and we don't need to type because that type will be combined with the union, right? Yeah, okay, that's right. So there'll be term 42, sequence number 7, and then what do I call this one? I don't call it anything. Specific type of the message, so I don't know, content? Sounds good to me. The content will be message content request vote. candidate ID 5, last log index 11, last log term 3. Actually, these might be common too. They're not. Okay, just checking. All right, so imagine we have a message that looks like that. That's that. So we want to be able to say, serialize that thing. I'm thinking, Matt, now this is a good time to actually learn Surday because literally I want to serialize it into bytes. And that's what Surday is for, right? So maybe it's time for me to just learn it. Sure, we can read. No, I'm going to close that. Close all these windows. Don't need Maplet. We're going to learn Surday, all right? You're with me, Greyjack? Surday. Laslog. Did I misspell it again? I did. Thank you, MetroDev. That's the way you earn points in my channel, is catch my bugs. Surday. A generic serialization, a deserialization framework. So we want version 1.0. I like these versions. I don't like it when I see 0 dot something. I like 1 dot. Okay, so the Surday 1.0. So that's all you have to do in Rust to pull in a library. It's so cool. Now we have it at our disposal. I can say, we're going to need it to be something on the message which we haven't defined yet. So just say use Surday, deserialize, right? Because that's the trait we're going to want. No, we want serialize too. Surday serialize. There we go. Now we got the traits for free. Never had an opportunity to actually use it for real, so it's a good learning for you as well. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're going to be defining a type, a struct message, and we're going to need to implement serialize for it, right? For a message. So I'm going to learn just by saying, please implement missing members. Okay, so to serialize with a serializer, we have to do stuff. That formatting is really weird. Why did it put that there? Shouldn't it go there? Oh, it hasn't formatted it yet. Okay, so we serialize ourselves with a serializer. I wonder if the way it works is with a write or something. Hey there, Riot Dev. How are you today? Okay, so the API reference. We're reading the manual, RTFM, right? Okay, Surday is framework for serializing and deserializing, so Surd. Maybe we should be saying Surd, because that's serializing and deserializing. Effectively and generically, they have data structures that know how to do with it, and we can also implement the traits ourselves, right? So it's implemented by a bunch of people. Let's look at serialize. It's a trait, so anything that can be serialized. There's a lot of things that can be serialized. Wow. Complete list is there. That's going somewhere else, isn't it? Open new window. Why? Okay, well, why does that... Okay, never mind. Okay, here's all the types that we don't have to worry about. That's neat. I don't even need to really worry about it being backwards compatible with the C++ version of my game, do I? Because when I'm going to run this, it's going to be the whole cluster moves forward together. So I'll totally leverage this stuff. Let's do it. Did you enable features? No, I have not enabled features. I'm using the default features. Let's see if I need to. Okay, this is what I want to read about. See implementing serialize for information on how to implement this method. Let's do that. Oh, how do we end up there? The manual. Okay, I guess open a new tab and we want this dark reader mode. Thank you. All right. It looks like this. This method's job is to take your type and map it to the Surday data model by invoking exactly one of the methods on the given initial serializer. In most cases, derive is able to generate for me. Should you need to customize the serialization? So maybe I should just try to derive it then. Yeah, what if I just do that? What will it try? What will it do? It will work for now because there's nothing in a message, but I will need to add stuff, right? It'd be handy to use the proc macro serde gives. Yeah, so there, that's derive. Shouldn't they have introduced that first? Did I miss that? Derive. Okay. I see. Oh, okay. So we just say derive serialize. And I cannot do that because it's not found, because I need to do something else. No, I did use. What am I doing wrong there? Can I find derive macro serialize in this scope? But I did use there. It could be because of my errors, right? It's a feature toggle? Did I skip that part? Oh, good catch. Thank you, MetroDev. No, why do that? I guess because it's something not everyone needs to do. All right, fine. We can do that. Version equals, and then features equal derive. Done. Now we can derive serialize. So we'll see how far we can get with this before it breaks. So term is a usize. Sequence number is also a usize. Content is going to be a message content, which we haven't defined yet. And that's going to be an enum. And so we have one thing so far. So let's see if we can derive from here. Enum that, oh, wrong thing. I need message content there. One's request vote, and it's got some structure in it. It's got these three things in it. All right, and all of these are usizes. No semicolon there. Oh, no problem. It handles that just fine. I wonder what the bytes look like for that. Serialize derive is some crazy magic and able to serialize binary representations with it even. No idea how it does it. Well, you know, maybe we won't need to implement it ourselves. But we will want to see what it looks like eventually, right? Well, the way this works is it serializes it and then deserializes it, right? Yeah. Because the way I did in C++ is I use it with a constructor to make a new one. Yeah. Let me verify that. And I forgot to pin the test file we were looking at. This one. Yeah, this constructor, can I control click to find it? I won't be able to, right? Yeah, this is the round trip, and then we're going to just do the deserialize only. Interesting. Yeah, the deserialize, that's the same call, right? Yeah, so I'm testing serialize with deserialize in the C++, so I guess I'm doing the same thing here. So instead of doing it this way, well, that is correct. But I would do a let that equal. What do I get out of that? No method name serialized for a struct message in current scope. It's probably because it's lowercase, right? I guess I don't know how to use it yet. We should read about how one serializes. Here's the example. So I need to maybe back up a step to learn how we use it. I think I did. I just it's not apparent to me how one would use this. Do I have to make a serializer myself? Okay. So how does one make one? Isn't there an example? It's not an example of actually deserializing. You would think that they would have example code somewhere at maybe the top. I guess we can start here. I'm just kind of fumbling around. Okay, here we go. So it's JSON2 string. But that goes to a JSON string. If I want to go to bytes, there's probably... Okay, so at the top level... Oh, wait. That's JSON. How do I just get bytes out? I guess I continue reading. See, bin code. Yeah, I don't really have the patience to read all of this right now on stream live. Yeah, again, this is using Serde. That's where we were, right? Data format. This is for custom, right? Oh, I have to... Okay, so... I think I know what you're saying. I need actually need another crate then. Something that implements the serializer for me. Okay, so Serde doesn't come with one by default then? They only define the traits then. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Unless it's in here. Do they have anything other than traits? Okay, so it's just, Serde just defines traits for us then. Bin code, eh? I wonder if I wanted to get like the exact format I have now, would I be implementing a serializer? Like this is the format I have now. 1 byte for the version, another byte for the type of the message, and then the term candidate, and then these are the fields, right? So I get 6 bytes with my own custom serialization. If I wanted to get exactly that, I would be implementing Serde then, right? I would be making my own serializer. But I'm curious to see if what you're saying, the bin code would give me something similar. Okay. I mean, we can try it. What does it depend on? Byte or Serde? Okay, that's fine. What? 0 fluff encoding scheme? Same or smaller then, okay. We'll have to see what the size looks like. I hope it's competitive, otherwise I'm gonna do it myself. All right, let's pull it in. So I want, bin code 1.3, right? I think if you document your format and struct, it'll serialize it automatically. By it, do you mean bin code? So I want 1.3, right? Bin code 1.3. I don't know. So it looked to me like Serde only gave me traits. It didn't actually give me code. It didn't give me any structs. So when I serialize, I need to have some kind of serializer, right? They talk about, where was it? I was reading, what was I reading there? Not implementing. Survey data model, I think. This does imply that they do it themselves. But where? Is it Serde bytes then? Okay, then I'm kind of confused. What's the difference between bin code and Serde bytes? Okay, that's for vectors of bytes. Is that what I want? Okay. This still requires a serializer though. I just don't get how you use it. But maybe that's what bin code is for. You're misleading me? Okay. I mean, bin code, here's an example of something that's literally doing what I want, sort of, right? Well, it's going to do the serialization for me, given that this target is serializable, which it is, because it's an option string, and both of those Serde has implementations for that, the trait for that, right? We just need a serializer. Yeah, let's just try this one. Bin code serialize. Okay, we'll do it. So back to here. So I would say let serializer equals bin code serialize. Did I do that wrong? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, I don't make a serializer. I just tell it to do it. So it would be serialize message equals bin code serialize message in. Right? And it wants a reference. You may have a reference. There you go. And then I get there. That's exactly what I want. So I should. What's error kind? Bin code error kind. Oh, okay. I see. All right, that's fine. We won't expect any errors from this, right? So serialize it and then deserialize it, and I should get the same thing out. And then in the middle, I can inspect this and maybe learn if it's close to what I had here. Rather than guess, I'll look at their so it's just bin code deserialize, and we give a slice. Unwrap, and we get an option. That's weird. So why do we get an option? It doesn't have parity with that. Anyway, this we will unwrap. So this will give me a vector of bytes, correct? Perfect. That's what I want. So then let message equal bin code deserialize, serialized message, sliced, right? So actually that is dereferenceable as a slice anyway, and then unwrap, right? And, oh no? Oh, I have to do that. That. Okay, and then I get back something. How come it's telling me the type is unknown? Do I need to be specific with the type? They show that I do. Actually, it makes sense that I should have to say it. So I like the turbofish. So I'm going to use turbofish message. Okay, so I just need to implement deserialize. Deserialize. on both of these, right? Excellent. And then I should get back an option message. Oh, I got a message. Why did it show option string then? This gave me the message directly. Oh, because I told it to. I see. Here, there... Okay, so does that mean that... I need to look at deserialized in here. What does it look like? Okay, so it's option if I want it to be option, I guess. Then why did they do option string there? That's weird. I don't understand that, but that's fine. We should get back a message, right? And then we can check to make sure everything looks good. Make sure the type... well, the way we check the type is we do that. So we would... let's put these asserts first. And then we would say if let... message content request vote candidate ID last log index last log term equal message, then else panic well, message content request vote. Well, we can say request vote message expected. All right. And then if it is that, then I should be able to look at these three. Right, so these three get peeled away by our destructuring there. They are snake case. Expected message found message content. Oh, right. So I have to do message dot content. And it's going to tell me it's irrefutable. Wait a minute. How is it irrefutable? How is that irrefutable? I don't get that. It might not be. That content... Oh, it is irrefutable. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. Wait a minute. What did I do here? No, yeah, it's a message content, but... Oh, because there's only one enum variant. Yeah, okay, it's irrefutable now, but it won't be later. Yeah, okay, so this we'll have to add later. Right now it's irrefutable because it can't be anything else. But later when I add other variants, it will become refutable. Well, how do I get rid of that then? Is it smart enough to know that the serials and deserials are going to produce the exact same things? I don't think so. I think it's just that I only have one variant, and so it can't be anything else. But how do I get rid of this warning for now? I guess I can add something bogus here. Bogus! And then we're back to business. Look at that. Turn off... I'm not going to turn off warnings. I'd rather put a bogus, because we're about to remove that anyway, right? Okay, this should just work, right? It's pulling down some interesting things. Pass. All right. Now I'm curious to see what it is. So I am going to debugger it right about here. And debugger it. Or print it out. Okay, that's not so great. I can do better with custom serialization, right? That's... Look at all those zeros. That's horrible. I thought bin code was supposed to be good. Come on, bin code. That didn't look tiny to me. I wonder if I'm just not being fair to bin code, though. Do I need to, like, mark it up in a certain way? I don't think so. I think it's just slow. I mean, I think it's just dumb. I'll do a... let's do custom serialization, because we can do a lot better than that. We can get rid of all those zeros, right? Um, yeah. Okay. So goodbye bin code. Nice to know you. Goodbye. So we'll need to make our own serializer. Does it belong here? I suppose it does. Or actually, these ought to be separate. Well, no. The way I have it designed, that's actually what I care about here. So let's implement it here. So actually, who am I? Maybe I'm going about. Maybe I'm blaming the wrong thing. Maybe it wasn't bincode's fault, but the default serializer. No. I think it is. I think we do want to derive. It's the serializer we want. So that would be struct. We just call it serializer, and we will make implement surday serializer for serializer. Okay, and what we need to do. Oh wow. Okay, that's a lot. That's quite a bit that we need to do. Look at that. I can mark most of it to do because we know we won't need it. For customer serialization, deserialization, see impulse serialize. All right. Isn't it because you declare this field's usize? I suppose, but like you could do a more intelligent run length encoding and not have all those zeros. I don't know why they don't do that. I do that. Let's read this. Oh, that's if we want to. So I don't really care about that, but I do care about compressing it down. Yeah, gotcha. All right, so we're gonna compress it down here. What are all these types? Oh, we need to actually define them. I don't know. How about nothing? What's okay type? I don't know. Where is this used? Self okay? I don't know. Wouldn't this also be empty? I should read about this before I start assigning types, shouldn't I? So let's read about what is a serializer. Okay. Yeah, sure, the data model. Got it. Okay. The output type produced by the serializer doing successful serialization. Most serializers that produce text or binary should set okay. Okay, that's exactly right. Yeah, okay. I don't care about errors right now. So that's what we're gonna do. How come this can't be that? It has to be a surday error? Really? What's a surday error? It's a trait with a custom. Why? Okay. We can do this. I can power through this. We can do it. So, we have another type. This can be an enum, though I don't really need any data in here. Enum serializer error. I don't know. Actually, I can do whatever I want as long as it implements a trait, right? What's the trait look like? Impl surday where sir error for serializer error. What is it? How bad can it be, right? FN custom what the heck? What did it do there? It like there were no spaces in there. What the heck? It's like got no spaces in there. Okay, I put the spaces back. I don't know what it was doing there. The trait bound. Oh, yeah. So put that there. What the heck? Oh, we have to implement standard error? Okay. Standard error for serializer. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Maybe that was what it was. Yeah, never mind. I picked the... Oh, no. I do need this one. But it has to be serializer error. Okay. Give me some space, man. All right. I didn't want that. What did I want to do here? Implement default members. There we go. Okay. Makes me think I should use this error instead. If I do this error, yeah, I can just use this error. We already pulling it in, right? Because I was pretty sure I needed it right there. Okay, let's do this error. I'm more comfortable with that than doing my own custom error thing. So this would be why write it when you can just copy it shamelessly from your other work? Source. Wait a minute. Where's my error type? Oh, I didn't need one here in pantry. Okay, then look somewhere else. HTTP client error. Okay, here we go. Got it. Yeah, bring those in. Okay, and then I actually don't, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I actually don't need anything else other than that, right? Okay, cool, we're in business. Okay, now what's a serialized map? You're more used to creating your own custom errors, but this error is wonderful. I mean, look at that. You just mark if you have an inner error or you don't. That is the text that it goes into the reason. You can even do formatting. It's pretty cool. And it works with anyhow. It's awesome. All right, anyway. That was my hashtag ad for this error. The type returned from serialized sequence. Begin the series a variably sized sequence. This call must be followed by 0 or more calls a serialized element, then a call to end. Okay. I think I see how it goes. Can I put just dummy types in there for now? I have to try to get used to it, but in the end you always end up being your own customers? I see. How are we doing on time? It's been 3 hours. It's 10:30 at night. That's okay. I could really use a drink, though. Let's see. Especially when I look at this junk. I mean, it is the right thing to do, right? Because once I do one serializer, it should work for all of my data types automatically. Because Surday will take care of that, right? I just need to say, well, how do we serialize maps, sequences, structures, structure variants, tuples, tuple structures, tuple variants, all that stuff, right? And what if we just, can I just fill in a unit for now? Or are they going to have some weird constraints for me? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that I have more traits I have to implement. Wonderful. They each have another trait. This is becoming a deep rabbit hole, isn't it? I need to implement not one type, but like 8 types. Okay, let's do it. So, struct serialized map. How hard could it be? Implement surday serialized map. 4 serialized map. Okay, help me out. Missing members. Okay, that's not too bad. So how do we serialize the key and how do we serialize the value? I wish I could just fill in like placeholders for that, knowing that we won't need it. Because this is going to quickly balloon out of hand, isn't it? We know what an error is. And we know an okay is nothing. I have started streaming about 3 hours ago, yeah. Give it a place. I can put a placeholder for here. Because it didn't like unit. It said I needed to obey a trait bound. So each of these has a different trait bound. So I think I have to have something there, right? So that's fine. I can just make one and just leave it to do if I don't use it, right? But I do need to have one of these for each, right? Struct serialize sequence. Actually, I know some of these I will need to implement, right? Because my structure has... it is a structure, right? So I'll need to probably do struct, and I'll probably need to do variant because that's what I have here. That's a variant. 2 variants, right? Oh, sure, Shaq. I streamed about 6 hours, and then I took an hour off to eat lunch and play some Among Us, and then I started my second stream. So this is the second stream of the day for me. That's the other way around, Shurshak. That's if I want to define the right to push my own elements. So if I that was this thing, right? That's what we implement if I want to decide which of these elements go into the serialization. But what I actually want is the other way around. I want to how do I show it? Like in my C++, I want to say that this is the serialization of the individual fields. So what I tried to do at first was use bin code, but bin code gave me something that instead of being about 6 bytes long, it was like 30 bytes long, and it had a whole bunch of zeros in it. So I'm like, okay, bin code isn't making it small enough. I want a very compact format. So I think to do that, I had to make my own serializer, right? Because I want to actually, I think I need both because I need to encode a version number as well. Yeah, I need both because I need to encode, like, I want to have integers that fit into a single byte should only take 1 byte, right? And I also want to encode, so I want to encode a versioning system. So I need to do both. Then you can only implement for types you need and remove others. So you're saying I can just delete the types that they declare in the implementation here? I can just do that and it will work? No, it's going to say I'm missing things. Right? Not all trait items are implemented. Missing. Yeah, those are needed. You might be able to implement the bin code traits. So back to bin coded, you saying? So like I can make smaller integers? I was hoping that bin code would make them as small as I can make them. Okay. This is from a custom reader, right? I think this is just deserializing from something else other than a byte string. Yeah, I don't think that that's the right one, actually. But that's okay. We'll fill in stuff here. So, struct that. How hard could it be, right? We'll just leave all these to do until we need them. In fact, we'll use test-driven development. If it can stay to do, it'll stay to do, right? So these do need to be filled in. They all should reference my custom error type, and OK is unit. But see, that's all I needed to do. I can just mark the rest of it to do. And then I can take that and fill it in, and I have 5 left. Let's do this. So 5 left. All right. Implement surday, sir. There's got to be a faster way for me to type this. Actually, there is. What I can do is take these 2 lines and duplicate them 4 more times. These 3 lines would be better. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I can go struct variant tuple. Oh, I did the wrong one there. Struct variant, or the second one. Struct tuple for the third. Or serialize tuple for the third. Serialize tuple struct tuple variant. And then just take these names and replace the unit with the name, since that's what we named it ourselves. All right, and then I just need to go through all of the errors and just say implement default members. Oh, that's weird. The other ones, they put error first. All right. What? Oh, I called it serializer error. All right, that's fine. Okay, next. Implement missing members. Again, they put that one in a different order. Serializer error. Okay, we don't need anything. Button it up. Next. Implement... Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want implement missing members. Okay. Error is serializer error. Okay is unit. Done. Next. Implement missing members. Error is serializer error. Okay is unit. Done. Last one. Missing members. Serializer error. Unit. There. Okay. Okay, so this all compiles, and we can use our own serializer, right? How would we do that? We just make one, right? How... I can look at how bin code does it, actually. Bin code. Mind if I peek? Actually, I can do that from the API reference, right? That was weird. Anyway, there was a big lag there. I just want to peek at their serialize. Source, please. Okay, so they use an internal builder. And with it, they call serialize, right? Okay. So why don't I just do the same thing? Well, actually, hold on. I can just make a serializer and then call serialize, give it to serialize. Okay, so then, yeah, instead of this, that's the bin code implementation, I would say that equals serializer dot, no, dot, not dot, message in dot serialize, right? No, message, oh yeah, message in. Implements derive serialize. How come I can't call serialize here? I don't know why. I should be able to do that, right? And give it a serializer? Yeah, okay, and then I get an unknown out. Oh. I think I see something. So this serialize, for example, Yeah. I had to tell it, well, we're actually, the result is an okay, which is, can I look at their source? They're okay. I can't, we're in the wrong, no, this is serialized 38 bytes. I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place. I want, how did we end up here? I don't know. I'm in the wrong window here. Okay, that's Surday. I don't know. I should have been in, I was trying to be in bin code. I don't know why I was there. API reference. Okay, serialize. Source. Right, their output is that. What is this default options thing? Config. Options. Default options. Okay. Yeah. I need to look for what? I guess I need to look at these one at a time. Let's just look for allow trailing bytes. Well, that should be around here, right? No, it's hard to, I can't even tell what type it's in. Dang it. Would it be in config? No, I'm just I'm just not thinking properly. It's on default option. Okay, so then what I wanted to get to, I should just look at their serializer. Right, I should just look at their serializer to see its declaration. Hmm. Compound. Hmm. It gets the more intriguing as further we get into this. I think I know what's going on. You make a serializer, and then I would have it store a buffer internally, and then when it's done, I would extract it out, right? So something like this, I would say, let serializer equal that, and then we would say pass it in, and then when we're done, we would have something there to look at, right? So just running it now, I should hit all of the places I need to implement, right? Oh, that's a lot of errors. Okay, that's what we have to implement first. We have to implement serialize struct. Got it. Okay, so then, what name do we get there? This is called learning by debugging. The name, well, I don't know what it is. Well, that sucks. Okay, do I have to F10 and then go back up in the context? I can't see what the name is. Okay, that's not cool. Do I just have to print it out then and not debug? Okay, forget about the debugger. Print line. Name. Print line. Lane. I just want to see it. Run it. Name, message, length 3. Okay. Oh, length as in number of fields. I get it. Are you using LLDB? Yeah. I think I am. Use debug name also. What would be cool is if I could say debug all these things. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could have just done debug name, debug len. Right? That would have worked too. And it says that. All right. So I don't think I actually need to do anything in that function. So what if I just do nothing? Right? I don't think I need to do anything here. So, okay. Oh no, I need one of these. Okay, so that was the whole point. I need one of these. Yes. And why can't I say that? Oh, because there's a semicolon. All right. Okay, so then we're continuing on to the next step. What's the next thing I need to implement? The next thing is serialize field. Okay. I see where this is going, actually. The default survey is saying that it's giving me the structure as well as the data. So if I were to like implement my own serialize method, I would handle the structure myself, and then I would probably only get into these elemental things, right? Yes. Okay, so then I kind of want a combination of both. So yeah, so let's put that other one back to not okay, but to do. And then let me do a custom serialize. So I would remove this derive because we want to have full control of how this gets serialized. Right, the way I want to serialize it is exactly the same way that the test expects, which is this. So we would encode the version first. So serializer dot serialize. Is there a U8? Yeah, there is. OX01. Or just 1, actually. Okay. Actually, you know what? I can just use usize, right? Whoa. What happened? I hit the wrong button and it opened 2 more windows. I can just do serialize usize, right? There is no method to serialize usize, really? I have to pick a size? Wait. Then how is usize serialized out? Do they just pick like U64 for that? There's no like... Okay, fine. I suppose I don't know what I'm gonna pick here. I have to pick a size, huh? I think so. I think I gotta pick a size. I hate picking sizes. U8. We'll never have more than 256 versions of this anyway, right? Famous last words. Okay, and then I need to deal with a result. That will never fail, so I'm going to do an unwrap, because I'm getting kind of tired. And we're going to do an okay at the end. What's my okay type? My okay type is unit. Okay, so then why didn't it like that? What's the error? Mismatch types expected. Survey serializer. What? SS message blob serializer. Okay, what? So serialize, it has its own type, okay. Wait. Oh, is it whatever type I define is okay? But I never did. Okay, I don't understand this. Let's go back to the book for Surday. Not JSON, but Surday. Okay. API reference. Serialize. What is that type? Okay, then that's what I set. Oh, wait. This has to be generic. Oh. So what do I put here? Consider constraining the type to okay, I can do that. So where SOK is unit, can't do that. Never says anything in Rust. Good to see you won't waste time in your first try. Okay, how do I... It actually is giving me a really reasonable hint. Consider constraining the associated type S as message serializer okay to... Okay, what if I just try that? That's an awful looking type. Can I do that? I cannot. I have no idea how to do what it said I should try to do. I don't know how to do that. Oh, did I copy that correctly? I might not have copied that correctly. No, it doesn't like this underscore here. Is that the problem? No. Do I need to say S okay? No, you know, this has to be a unit can't, yeah. That's not how you do it, right? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to say, I don't know how to do what it says I should be doing. What if I, don't unwrap this? Or what if I just end like that? Okay, that's one way to do it. I just let the last one handle it. Actually, that makes more sense, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. You see an example of how other Cray do it? Yeah, that's what I was gonna do next if I couldn't figure this out. I think this is what I would want to do, right? Early return there, and then we just do the next one. The next one would be the type. So this would be serialized to U8, match the self dot. Oh wait, we only have one type. Content. So the content would be either bogus or request vote. Actually, you know what I should do is do this on the on the outside. Oh, I mixed this up. Why did I end up doing that? Okay, well, fundamentally, I need to encode the type as a byte and then encode the contents later, but then the term first. Okay, so then let's say let type byte, comma, I don't know. Why don't I just match twice? Yeah, we'll just match twice. So I'll go back to doing that, and this will just give me the byte, which would be, so I don't care what the contents are. Give me OX01. Everything else, panic. I don't know how to serialize that. All right, give me a break. It was moved on line 31. Really? Oh no. It consumes self. Okay, then I need to look at an example then. I don't know how to call more than one of those then. That's really weird. Wait. This seems to indicate that you can call it multiple times. Oh. That's this one. Okay. Probably if it's a struct, you get something else back out. Serialized struct. Yeah, this gives you something new out. Okay. Hey there, Endurin. Good morning. Yeah, it does look like the builder pattern, although it I thought maybe I could just call serialize U8 6 times. Hey, point comp, Phil. Does this mean it's the morning time for the EU? Happy Saturday morning. Okay, so I can't... once I call that, it consumes the serializer. So I can't just make this a sequence like I was hoping. Hello, develop it. What, and Endurin. Alright. So I'm thinking more what Shershak was saying, that I should look for an example in another crate. But then, where am I going to find a custom serialize, though? Yeah, I'm rewriting everything in Rust now, Void Comp Bill. Pretty much. So right now I'm trying to do serialization, and I was trying to do it the Surday approach, but this is diving into a rabbit hole of no return, really fast. I only need to turn this, basically this struct here, so it has a term, a sequence number, and a content, which is a request file, right, into these 6 bytes. That's what I'm trying to do now. Every kind of message has a slightly different serialization. Then there aren't very many types of messages. Actually, now that I think about it, I only really had one test that really checks to see if the serialization is specific. Everything else just serializes and then turns around and deserializes it, right? Yeah, serialize, deserialize. I didn't really care except for this one has a specific version. Hey there, cat peasant. Happy Saturday morning. I'm thinking of abandoning Surday. Because I'm leaping down this rabbit hole of no return very quickly. If this didn't consume self, it would be okay. Do they have an example here? It's guiding me towards doing what they do over here, which is that I call serialize struct even though I don't need to. Like, I don't need to do this. Okay, I'm getting kind of fed up. Surprise early stream, 8 a.m. Here it's 11 p.m. This is the second time now I've dived into Surday and regretted it. I think we're going to abandon Surday. I know, I can hear the complaints already. Yeah. Goodbye. Fed up with you. Not gonna do it. We're just gonna do it ourselves. Because it's a pain in the butt to use Surday, because I can't use the bin one, the message was just too big. Not acceptable. Surd to regret, yeah. Yeah, this was just a big mess. So I'm just going to have a custom implementation called serialize. And we're going to, yeah, none of this mess. It's just going to be a vector of bytes, you know? We don't need any complicated where clause. And yeah, we're just going to have a let. Actually, it's just vec. No, it's going to be a little more complicated later. So we're going to have a let serialization equal vec. Can I, what was it to reserve space? You have to do new, and then you would make it mutable. And then you would say, like, reserve, I think. Yeah, reserve. And because we know we're going to need at least, how many bytes? Depends, right? We'll know we'll need at least 3. Plus whatever the custom command has, or whatever the message content has. So maybe 4? Or what if we just say 16? We'll be pessimistic. I'm fine with that. All right, so then exactly, serialization push 1 version. Okay, serialization push. What's next? The type. So the type depends. So that's this one. Match the content. Push 1 there. I'll just keep it 1. Why do we don't need to go hexadecimal. Serialization. Next thing we push is the term number. It would be so much easier if I put the term number up next to version. I think I did this on purpose though, because the version number I thought affected all of the message type. Actually, then the term should go above the type, the subtype. Yeah. Just smack in the box. Yep, surprise late stream. You dabble in Unity, C#, and Java. I, on the other hand, I'm on the other spectrum. Yeah, probably. We're doing Rust. Okay. I think I'm going to do this the other way around because this way my brain hurts. If I just do that, then we can push 1. So basically, push 1, marks it as a request vote, and then we're going to push the candidate ID. So whoops. Now these can be larger numbers, right? Oh, I forgot to push the term. So here I actually want to invoke another helper, don't I? Function serial. I have this in C++, so I might as well pull it out. Let me find it. I have this this library called serialization. And this is how I did it. It's using extensions. So like if you have a number from 0 to 127, then it's binary 0 with 7 bits, right? And then if it's 128 to 32,767, then instead you put a 1 there, and then you have 7 bits, and then you have and then a 0, and then 7 more bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, then that's not 15 bits. How many is that? That's 14 bits. So whatever that is. I need my calculator at this point. I don't memorize powers of 2 very well. 68 divided by 2. 16,384. Right. So 16,383. And then so on, right? to something else is just, so my format basically would be that's a continuation bit in every byte. So you would use 1 byte for small numbers, 2 bytes for medium-sized numbers, 3 bytes for even bigger numbers, and etc. Because that's commonly used in a lot of video codecs I've seen. So that's what this implements. There's a bit called the more bit. Where is it? LSB? Why did I call it LSB? Oh, least significant byte. Yeah, and then this is the more bit. Interesting that I did it in terms of 32-bit integers there. Why did I do that? Anyway, I'm not gonna port that. I'm just gonna code it straight. All right. The byte extension thing? Yeah, least significant bytes, I guess, bits, I guess. Yeah, so actually now I'm curious. What was I doing here? Oh, this is because it is signed. Right. I had an unsigned version of this that was simpler. Yeah. Right, here it is. There's the more bit, and the more bit is the top bit, and you just you keep shifting it left 7 bits until the more bit is false, and then you're done. Serialize, you have to keep shifting right until you get 0. And you have to know, what is this? You stop when it reaches 0, and this only works because it's unsigned. Signed was more tricky, right? Right, with signed, I first get the absolute value. Where do I encode the sign, though? I must encode the sign somewhere. Is that what this 40 is? It might be. What the heck? Why do I have 2 loops? So confused. But here we go. More and negative. I have 1 loop. So why the heck do I have two here? Oh, I have a stack. That's why. So I'm pushing it into the stack. Then while I'm popping it out, I am attaching the... Okay, that's weird. I didn't have to do that for unsigned. Oh, no, I did have to do that for unsigned. It was the same for the same reason. Because you go least significant byte. That's what LSB is least significant byte. So you pull the least significant byte off. Then, interesting pattern there. That's to get rid of the sign bit, I think. Anyway, you do that until you get to 0. That's a weird way for me to... actually, that doesn't... Maybe that does make sense. Anyway, let's see if I end up with the exact same code one at the end here. Late stream bit. Yeah, you have a joke about binary, but you won't tell it because it's a bit more bit. Nice. Is the message content request vote an instance check? If it equals 1, do the push 1. Okay, what it is, I'll explain the encoding here. The first one is a version number, so that if we change the serialization format later, we would bump it up to 2. The idea is that every time you make a change to the format, you increment the version number so that a deserializer will only work if it understands the version that it sees. So the first byte, the first thing is always reserved to be a version number, right? Then the next one is because it might be a request vote, or it might be a heartbeat, or it might be an append entries. Each one of these gets a different encoding for the next byte. So it's kind of like a switch. And for some reason, I put the term second. Really, the term should go after version because the term is common. But these 3 fields are specific to request vote. So it's really just minimal, like using as few bytes as necessary, and putting a version header in front, and this one encodes the kind of message that it is. Because ultimately, this thing is has a union in it, right here, and we discriminate the union based on this type, and the type is one of these. So I think I encoded it straight from the type. So 0, 1, 2, etc. I think that's what I ended up doing. Hey there, Red Sky One. Oh yeah, I got to the Raft implementation. Is that actually, that link might be old? Yep, that link's old. Let's update it. Actually, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming, but I should have done this anyway. I should have updated my notebook to say, or updated the today command to have the new notebook link in it, because this is the second stream of today. New notebook link. I'm working on a Raft implementation. Rust on the Rust port. Oh, this Raft implementation. There we go. Now we can do today. Okay. Gonna publish my Raft implementation? Yeah, it's already published. You can find it at github.com/rimo8354/raft.git. Never seen NPCs before? You haven't seen NPCs before, Cthulhu? They've been in there for a while now. Not only do we have NPCs in town, but we have NPCs in the sewers below. We have George, who can lead you out of the dungeon. We have these slimes you can fight. And we have these orcs over here. And we even have these nasty trolls, or ogres. But yeah, go back to Starter Town. These guys you can't fight. They're mostly to test out dialogues and training and quest giving. We have quests and everything. Oh, the quest giver you did, but not the NPCs. All right, there was a prototype sword giver, but we added these other NPCs later. Yeah, when I started adding more of the concepts like attributes and training and quests and levels and stuff like that. So I think you might have missed a little bit of that. Yeah, so right now, Cat Peasant, my implementation is in C++, so there's only a little bit in Rust now. But we'll get there. I shall persevere. I want a serialize... Why is it trying to fill things in for me? I like usize, so we're going to say serialize usize. I want to be given a vector, so buff vector of bytes, which is mutable, and the value, which is usize. All right, and then let's just mark that to do, because I'm going to just use this. We could push that one, but the next thing we're going to push in is serialization. The actually, what's up here? I needed it, right? The term, self term. Okay, and then there were three here, right? It was the contents here. These three guys. Copy, back, and paste. These three guys. I hit the wrong key and I go scrolling off into nothingness. That. Comma. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Dang it. Let's try that again. For the third time. Click there. Alright. That's what I want. And I want candidate ID. And I want last log index. Hopefully I got them in the right order. Let's see. Candidate ID, last log index, term. So I am going to violate the standard a little bit because I'm swapping these 2 bytes. Do I care about that? I don't think I do care. Anyway, that's it, right? That's my serialize. This is a problem. Why? Cannot find it in this scope. Because I need to say self. because it's an associated method. Okay, and then we're going to get rid of all this garbage with serializer, insert, and all this stuff, because it's depressing me. So much crap that we didn't need. Goodbye, Saturday. You are excessively long. Alright. So then I don't need a serializer. I just serialize it. It doesn't take any arguments. Great. Then let's bring back in the deserialize. So let message equal, in this case it's going to be message colon deserialize, right? And this one can error out. So I'm going to say, yeah, borrow the serialized message. And we're going to have an assert that message is okay. Then let message equal message dot unwrap. And then we can bring this stuff back in. Assert that the term is 42, that the sequence number is 7, that we should get this content. All right, cool. Now, so now I just need to deserialize. Okay, this needs to return the serialization. Okay, function deserialize is going to take in a serialization. Borrow a vector. Actually, this can be even nicer by saying t, where t can be as ref slice of or array of bytes, right? And it's going to return a result of what? A self or an error. So I think we're going back to having a custom error type. I shouldn't have deleted it. Where to put it? How about right above here? Actually, you know what? Let's let it live here for now. The custom error type I am going to copy from somewhere else. Thought there was a pretty good Rust implementation for Rust. Is it not as good as advertised? I just like to make my own. There are actually plenty. There are like at least 6 or 7 Rust Raft implementations out there. I want to look at this. I want to grab that, so I don't have to look at it again. Paste. Okay, deriving from this error, custom type. We don't have any types yet, right? Can I just leave this commented out until we have types? Sure, why not? Found unit type, right, because it's to do. Okay, cool. So, run the test. Implement serialize use size. Okay, so deep breath. In general, I want to I would prefer to do it most significant byte first. Right, so it's easier to form a stack least significant byte first, and we can let me think about this. Let stack equal vec new stack that reserve pessimistically 8 bytes, and then makes me think I should have a scratch buffer that I could reuse. Wouldn't that be nice if I had a scratch buffer? Where would I put the scratch buffer? I don't know, but it would be nice to have one. So while actually we need at least 1 byte, right? So I would do a loop here. And then I would say let ls, the least significant byte, equal the value. This needs to be mutable, by the way. ended with 7F, right? And then value equals value shifted right 7. This I can push directly into the stack, right? Stack dot push that. Mutable. And this is going to tell me I could let's just say shift left equal 7, which gives me the really funky looking ligature that looks like an airplane. Okay, continuing on, I would say if value equals 0, break. All right, now we have the LSBs in a nice stack, and we have at least one, even if the value was 0. So we should have a while some how do we do this? I guess it's just while not stack empty, right? Is empty. That isn't shifting right. You said left. I said left, but I meant right. We wanted to shift right. Shift right and assign. Shift right, assign 7 bits. So shift value 7 bits to the right. It's just got a funky ligature on it. Okay, while the stack is not empty, and at the end we're going to do nothing. While the stack is not empty, we're going to pop one off. So let next equals stack dot pop. And then we want to set the most significant bit if we have more, right? Go back to I didn't save it. Well, I'm not really caring. I don't really care to preserve the format. So let's just say if it's a 1, there's more. So if stack, if it's not empty again, I really hate to call isEmpty twice per loop though. Can I do this without calling isEmpty twice? I can't think it right now. It's just too late. I'm tired. I want to get this serialization and deserialization done, and then I'm gonna go to bed, or maybe just have something to drink. If it's empty, if it's not empty, we want this. This needs to be mutable, by the way. We want to OR in the most significant bit. It doesn't know what the type is yet. In fact, it's going to have a hard... Well, when I push it into the buffer, then it'll be able to... It'll know, right? Why does it say it's an option? Next is not an... Oh, this needs to unwrap. Yeah. Then we can OR it in, yes, and then... Why is it giving me a warning for that? It's never used. We're going to use it right now. Here we're going to push it into the buffer. And that's it, I believe. So, did I get it right? Pessimistically needing 8 bytes, so we only maybe do 1 memory allocation. So we... And I wish I could use this. That's going to be wasteful. I need to improve this. I guess the way to do it would be to not use a stack, but maybe push it in and flip the bytes around. To do. This is ripe for optimization. All right. So we take the least significant 7 bits, basically shift them out. If we get to 0, we break out. So now we have a stack of bytes. So we the most significant byte will be at the top, if we think of it as a stack. So we're going to pop it off. That's the most significant byte. And it'll be the 7 bits of it. So if we have more bytes, we mark that with the top bit and we push it in. Well, there's an error here. Found U size. Y is next to U size. Oh, because I never told it to treat this as a U8. Now it's fine. Okay, and then it'll loop. If it's empty now, we're done, and it should have had the 0 in the least significant place. Okay, cool. I think I'm done with that. So if I go again, it'll probably go to deserialize, right? Yes. Okay, so deserialize is that in reverse. We need to first read the version number out. So let serialization equal serialization.asref. This will give me a slice to bytes, right? So we can say if serialization is empty, error, truncated, message truncated. Else. So I need to define that. Message truncated. I'm not going to bother with comments yet. Truncated. No associated data. Ran out of bytes while deserializing message. Okay. Else, I can get the version number off. So let version equal serialization 0, or yeah, 0. Let serialization equal serialization 1 to the end. Okay, at the end here, we're going to have an okay message. The dog is loud. Term sequence. Okay. Let's just mark it to do because I don't have all that stuff yet. If version is 1, we understand version 1. Otherwise, it's an unknown version. Error. Unsupported version. All right. To do moves into there. I need another error. Error. Encountered a message serialized using an unknown version. I could probably word that better. Encountered a message serialized as an unknown version? Yeah. Okay, next. Given that's version 1, the next byte is going to be the... Well, we're gonna reverse this, right? So let's say... Let's have it work this way. We'll say let serialization comma, well, term comma serialization equal self deserialize U size, and we just pass serialization in, and then put a question mark at the end. And I need to define that thing. Let's do it. Function deserialize U size. We're given serialization, which is in this case it's, well, I guess we can be generic here too. T. It's a T. We get back a result which has a tuple, which is a U size and a T. Oh, I can't do that. Once I turn it into a slice, it's going to stay a slice. So maybe we'll just make it a slice. in and a slice out. Comma error. All right. To do. Okay, given that, what's wrong here? Mismatch types, found unit. Why would we get a unit out of that? Unit. Oh, because I didn't do a to do. Okay, yeah, it's late. It's late, my friends. So we will get the term out and the serialization out if it succeeded. Okay, so then if it succeeds, then the remaining depends on the next byte, which tells us the type, right? So we would say let type, actually, yeah, let type encoding. Just do that again. And match type encoding. If it is 1, then we're gonna deserialize it as a request vote. Dog is loud. Wow, it's almost midnight. How late am I gonna go? Is this gonna be a 24-hour stream? Already gone 4 hours. Hold on a second. All right, someone was going to bed. Just mute the dog? You mean cuddle him? I see. I got your vote for 24 hours. I won't be able to stay awake though. Does it include the 6 hours I already did? So that means I'm already at hour 10. I don't think I'd be able to last. I'm not prepared. I am not prepared. How about we just do a maximum of 12 hours today? Sleep stream. Resident sleeper. 14 more to go, yeah. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just, you know, like, you can't just start with a marathon. You start with a half marathon, and you get used to that, and then you work yourself towards a full marathon, right? Okay, I want to call this 2 more times, don't I? 3 more times. So here we would get candidate ID, and we would get last log term, and we would get last log index, last log term. Right? And then, and only if we get to this point, we know what the message is. It's an okay, it's a message. Actually, you know what? I can do an okay at this point, can't I? I can say okay message, term. Oh, I forgot sequence number. Shoot. I forgot sequence number. Where was it here? I just totally forgot it, didn't I? Well, what was the test? What did the test have in it? Sequence number 0? Oh, do I have 2 different versions of this? I might have 2 different versions. One that had a sequence number and one that didn't. I might have 2 different versions. I need to look. Okay, so that would be in message CPP. What's the current version? Oh, it's 2. Okay, so version 1 is older. Oh, okay. Yeah. I added sequence there. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I don't need to worry about this. We can go back to version 1, right? Well, hold on. Should I try to stay true to the binary format? That would be neat if I did. It's too bad that I put the type outside here. That's unfortunate. I wish I hadn't done that. Because I did that, it becomes a little bit more sloppy if I want to be true to it. I would have to have 2 different matches. One there and then one somewhere else. I think I'm gonna break. Well, no. I'm vacillating. I will do it the simpler approach where there's only one version right now, and that means I just need to include the sequence number here. And then on the flip side, I pull it out. So that goes here. Sequence number. All right. So then term sequence number, and then the rest of it, content, needs to match the type encoding to figure it out. So if we get to here, it will be message content request vote of these fields. If it's anything else, we are going to return an error. Error unknown message type. There we go. What happened here? I can't put a semicolon there? Oh, yeah, can't. So I need to define that. Encountered a message with an unknown type. All right. Cool. Now we're reduced to just warnings. Bet 8 hours is Raimo hitting Z on his keyboard because he fell asleep. I would probably topple out of my chair. Wow, 62 people? Wow. I'll just keep going. People are watching, I'll just keep going. So I don't need any remainder. Actually, should I check for trailer bytes? No, because there might be more. In fact, I think this deserialize ought to return the self and then the remainder, now that I think about it. But I'll wait until I need it. Right now, it's just not used. Okay. So this should work, right? Oh, I didn't do this one. Let's just do this one. Again, I already know this is going to be right for optimization. This one's easier, right? Because we're going to be building a value and shifting it left as we go. So let value, which is mutable, equals 0. Then serialization. Actually, I can do this with a fold. Now I think about it. No, I can't. I can't do it with a fold. I have to stop early. I have to do this with a loop. Loop. At the end, we'll return the value, right? So we get the next byte. So let next equals serialization 0. Oh, we have to be careful that we don't run out of bytes, right? If serialization is empty, we need to return an error. So that we already have that, right? Return error message truncated. All right. Assuming we have at least one more byte, we get it, then we can let that equal the remainder. It's pretty cool that I can do that with slices, right? And now, if next and 80 is not equal to 0, there are more, right? In either case, value should be left shifted 7, and then value should be ORed with next and 7f. And it's going to complain about unnecessary parentheses. Yes. Okay, if it is 0, then there aren't any more, and we would break, right? Okay, but the type is wrong. I need to say that how I would do this with a type annotation. I guess I just do use size. Actually, wait a minute. If I do okay here, serialization, then that works, right? Oh, I can't do a let there. I have to do a mute here. because we're returning it back out. Why is it finding a U8? Is it just because of this? So what if I say that as U size? Don't need the parentheses. Now it's correct, right? It's a U size. Okay, cool. So did I do this correctly? We start at 0. If it's empty, it's truncated. We get the next byte out. We go to the next. We subslice the remainder. Shift left 7. We OR in the next 7 bits. If the top bit was a 1, we continue. But if it's a 0, we break out. We're done. Okay, I think that'll work. Run the test. It failed. Message was not okay. Okay, what was the message? Can we debug it? Cannot, probably because it doesn't implement debug. All right, so we can derive debug on both these guys, right? And now I can run it and see what it is. What is it? Message truncated. Okay. Did I serialize everything? So the version, the term, the sequence number, the type, and then the 3 fields. Okay. The version, the sequence, the term, the sequence number, the type encoding, and then the 3 fields. Okay, so let's make sure the serialization looks correct. Debug it. Run that guy. No, that's not good. 1, 1. That didn't work. So I guess this serialized usize isn't working. There's a usize literal, e.g. 1, 2, 3 usize. That would prevent the cast. The cast here? Oh, I see what you're saying. So I could just do that, and I don't need the cast. It doesn't like that for some reason. Weird. Do I need to say that everywhere? Oh, is there no underscore? No, you can put the underscore in there, right? Okay, it doesn't like that. It wants a U8. No, that's not the reason. It thinks next should be a U8. Oh, because it is. Hold on. I don't think I can do that with any of my literals here because this starts out as a byte. I need to promote it up to usize at this point to make sure value is the usize. I think I still need this promotion because there are 2 different values there, right? Yeah. Anyway, good try, Lord Alpaca 666. The serialize isn't working, right? We got a 1 and then a 1 for some reason. Hold on. I'm lost. Just try this again. Yeah, we got a 1 and a 1. That doesn't make any sense to me. I get that 1, but the term shouldn't be 1, so I guess this is broken here. Hey, let's see if the debugger would help. Debugger it. Oh, thanks, Lord Alpaca. All right, so we're in the debugger now. So the value is 42. So we reserve 8, and then we're going to push something into there. So the stack now has whatever. Why is it showing me as a character? I don't know. But I'm assuming that's 42 as a character. Shift right 7, so it's 0 now, so we break out. All right, so then the next byte Wonder why we can't see next. Anyway. Oh. I messed up there. Do you see what I did? I was only supposed to have that inside and this is outside. We always want to push a byte. We only want to go in here if there are more bytes. So that was it. So it was never pushing anything. So run that again. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm used to seeing, right? So we have the 7 bytes now that we're adding the sequence number in there. And that's much smaller than what the that Surday stuff was doing. And it passed my test, so it deserialized correctly as well. So there's the serialized compressed form. And to illustrate if I had a big number, what it would do, let's just do that, and this should still work, but you'll see it'll use multiple bytes to encode that number now. So now it's 206.58. This has the top 7 bits, and that's the lower 7 bits of any 14-bit number. Yeah. So, cool. I'm probably going to want to take this serialized stuff and put it somewhere else, right? What if I just make my own crate for that? Eventually I want to get this into Saturday, but I don't have the willpower to do it tonight. My YouTube video mostly just has all my exports for all my streams, so I'm on stream 426. That means if I were to export the last 2 weeks, there would be a total of 425 videos in YouTube, not counting the one-off ones I do just for YouTube. So, yeah, I export every one of my streams as... The only one I didn't export was the first one, and I kick myself every time I think about that. My first stream is stream number 2. Alright, I kicked this one to death, haven't I? I think we're moving on past request vote, and now I know why I had a special one for version 1, because that can't be serialized anymore. That's a legacy. Okay. So do I... Yeah, so I'm going to skip that one specifically, because that's an older version of the message. And we don't need to support it anymore, because we're moving to Rust. We're going to move the whole cluster to Rust at once. All right. Test request vote results. Put that to snake case. All right. You know what would be easier is if I just copied this and then changed what I needed to. I don't know why there's a blank line there. All right. So just a heads up for anyone watching, I'm on like hour number 10 of a extended stream, so my brain isn't operating the way it would during the first 4 hours. But I'm having a lot of fun. I'm streaming during a time period now where probably people who normally watch me aren't here anymore. And, or maybe people that used to be able to watch me can watch me again. Modern C++ with features and stuff. Oh, thank you, Lord Alpaca. I hope you're talking about me. But just to note, I'm probably not going to do much C++ in the future because I'm really into the Rust now. All right, so this one is a request vote results. It has slightly different data, right? It just has a vote granted. Yeah, so it's a vote granted true, with no other fields in it. And then same rigmarole with serialize, deserialize, we should get back out a request vote results with the vote granted true again. Well, vote granted, where vote granted is true. Assert vote granted. And this should say request vote results message expected there. And then I use different numbers here just to play around with the numbers, so that's 16 and 8. right? Just being true to the original. So, in order to make this compile, we need to add another variant, right? Which now means I can get rid of bogus. Yay! Goodbye, bogus. What was the name that I used there? Vote granted. There we go. Vote granted is a Boolean, right? Alright, so then I need to support them in serialize and stuff like that, right? So request vote results yields a slightly different thing here. Push 2 for request. And then these magic numbers are going to concern me. Should I be that concerned? I don't know. I think we're going to do something very simple for Booleans. We're just going to push a 1 or a 0. So this would push vote granted. If vote granted 1, else 0. There. You ever tried OCaml? You've heard that one is cool too. Yeah, Rust is based off of OCaml, right? D and Ada would be other alternatives to C++. I have a good friend of mine who tried D for a while, and he said it was pretty cool, but kind of immature at the time. This was like a long time ago, like 10 years or something. Unreachable pattern, right. We don't have to panic anymore because we're exhaustive in our patterns. All right, now this one. If it's a 2, Rust stole D's lunch, did it? I guess you can say it did, yeah. We're going to use this to grab the, oh, what am I, yeah, it's not type encoding, it's, vote granted. And then, oh, you know what? I didn't check to make sure it was big enough, did I? These will, but this won't. Okay, so that's going to be that's going to be a problem. You know what I'm going to do to get rid of this excessive indentation? I'm going to do that and truncate. Actually, just get rid of the else and then unindent, because I'm going to do that again, right? When I get to here, we have another early return, truncated, and another one inside of here. Yes. Okay, so if we get out of this, it is a vote results with vote granted depends on if, well, it's vote granted is not equal to 0, I think is the best way to say that, right? And I don't need to do that. That's true. Why do you guys like Rust? I have a list of reasons why. What I like about Rust, it all for me boils down to that I feel a sense of accomplishment when I get something to compile, and that my code usually just works once I get it to compile. And that's because, in my opinion, the language and the compiler are very strict and rigorous. So it's really hard to write it, but once you get it written, it usually just works, and you feel good about getting it to work. All of these features, though, are, you'll find these in a lot of modern languages, and they're just really nice compared to the languages that I've used in the past. Built-in unit testing, built-in code formatter, built-in package management, built-in linter. Everything is cross-platform. You don't have to worry about header files and funky macros most of the time. And the pattern matching and enums being so cool. The error handling I really like. So that's what I like about it. Now, to be fair, there are my not-so-favorite features. They do get preoccupied with both with sized integers and also terseness in names. Except for cow, because we love cow. But you have mut instead of mutable, RC instead of reference counted, str instead of string slice, vec instead of vector, and fn instead of function. String and string slice are frequently confused by newbies. The fact that everything has to be snake case, or otherwise you get lint problems, unless you do this to suppress it. This is a little bit annoying still, that sometimes I just don't know what module to pull in with use to get the trait functions added. And, you know, so just to be fair, like, doing asynchronous stuff is really tough. I'm starting to get a handle on that, but it's taken 3 months. This is really stupid, I think. You can't mix forward and backslash and paths like in any other programming language I know you can. It's fine. So there you go. That's what I like and what I don't like. Convention's convention. Did I misspell convention? Hey there, last pointer. Did you hear something about C++? I have been writing C++ for like 20-something years. And just recently I'm switching to Rust because I like it a lot better. So the code that I've written for like what I'm working on today, my Raft implementation, I wrote it in C++ like a year and a half ago. And it's complete. It works for my game. Now I want to write it in Rust, so I'm doing a lot of porting, including hand serialization, which I didn't think I would be doing today. But hey, you know, plans change. Let me run my tests. This should work now, right? 2 tests passed instead of just 1. I could probably get rid of those debugs now. We can get rid of these, right? Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. Okay. So we should have a nice clean run of 2 unit tests pass. Nice. I do like Rust more than C++, very much so. I'm trying not to be a fanboy about it. That's why I have a list of things I don't like versus a list of what things I do like. And I'm not going to say that you should always use it instead of C++. For example, if I was going to write a Windows device driver, I would probably do it in C++ because you're better off using Microsoft's dialect anyway because of the DDK, including a lot of useful macros for various things. Although it might be fun to write it in Rust, it just doesn't feel like the right language. For certain things, yes, I think Rust is better. But like I just gave an example, for a Windows device driver, it's the other way around. C++ is definitely better because of the framework you're given with the Windows device driver kit. Have you done any performance measures between the two? Not between the two languages, but I have done performance measurements on my code versus other Rust code, and it's comparable, so that made me feel good. That at least I'm not writing slow, crappy code. I'm writing code that's just as fast as the code that other people have written in Rust. What features does Rust have over C++? I listed them here. C++ does not have built-in unit testing. It doesn't have a built-in code formatter. It doesn't have built-in package management. It doesn't have a built-in linter. It's not inherently cross-platform. So there you go. That's what C++ doesn't have. Now you can add on things like for C++, for unit testing, I use Google Test. For code formatter, I use Visual Studio's format document, right? For package management, I use a like CMake, both for the build and for like the listing dependencies and that kind of thing. But I lack a way to publish it to the world other than to just give people a link to my GitHub. Linter, I never really dived into with C++, but I think there are linters for C++ out there. They're just not built into the language. Use G, so G++ is the GNU C++, right? I'm pretty sure it still doesn't have all of these things. Yeah, it's GCC, yeah. I use GCC, G++ also when I'm on Linux. I haven't yet fully converted to Clang, mostly because the Linux distro I had didn't have a very good version of Clang on it. Yeah, who does this guy think he is? Think he's CM Griffing? No, CM Griffing is my evil twin. Or should I say, I'm the evil twin of CM Griffing. If you have no idea who we're talking about, the stream parrot above my head that has the chat was written by CM Griffing, who streams all the time. How are you doing, Stacking? Okay, so, well, by the way, Stacking, I rated Chris went and had dinner, and then when I came back and started my stream again, Chris rated me back. Sure, that what I like about Rust? I think I do have it. Do I have it in my GitHub? Hold on, let me check. I can give you the link. And I might not be up to date, though. Let me look. Hold on. Let me see if it's still there. Oh, really? I never checked it into GitHub? Okay. Well. What can I do? I could probably just take this and make a quick gist about it. Yeah, we can do that. I want a gist. And this is going to be called What I Like About Rust.txt. Create public gist. So here you go. Hey there, Cthulhu, are you coming or going? I see a wave. I don't know if that means you're coming or going, but hi. Hi and or bye. Should I be a little bit balanced and say my not so favorite features and put that in another gist? I probably should. Add not my favorite features in Rust. Create public gist. This one is numbered for some reason, while the other one was bullet points. I don't remember why. Do I have to hit the button again? I guess I do. So there is my list of not so favorite features. For those notes, you recommend Markdown? Yeah, I was just kind of lazy when I wrote this. I didn't use Markdown. Oh, you're leaving? Okay, good night, Cthulhu. Have I ever tried TS or JavaScript? I have tried both of them. My games front end is in JavaScript. You want to check that out, by the way. I will be getting back to it. I haven't made any progress on it for a few months, but the front end client is written in, it's one of my very first React apps. So I'm just about as green in React as I am in Rust. So that's why it doesn't look that great, but it's functional. I'm using Phaser for the tile art here, and I'm using just a custom font with just a custom DOM layout in React for the rest of it. And I use just a little bit of TypeScript. I use enough TypeScript to tell me if I have problems like as a linter, but I don't actually use the types part of TypeScript. You think that the link to the Rust cheat sheet? Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I keep that. I should probably make a command for it. So I didn't make this. Someone else made it, and the person behind it has their own Git repo, upsuper, and they also have. I also recommend the cheats.rs. So this is kind of cool because it's got tables and tables of like what things mean. So if you see like a x, f, mute t, it'll say, okay, it's the same as that. It's calling a member function, right? Useful little things to glance at. Right, I had that open like a dozen times. All right. I'm got 2 out of 2, right? So do we go for 3 out of 3? Heartbeat message. I think this is, I'm gonna get all these coded up and then go to bed. All right, heartbeat, change case. These all follow the same kind of form, right? So I'm just gonna copy and paste here and then change what matters. Well, this doesn't matter, I'm gonna change it anyway. Because, just to mix it up, right? Okay, so append entries has a leader commit, a previous log index, and a log term. So append entries goes here. We have leader commit. We have previous log index. We have previous log term. These all need to be snake caseified. All right, leader commit 18.6 and 1. Obviously, those are all unsigned integers. And what else do I have? Oh, this is an append entries with no log messages attached to it. Okay, yeah, that's what a heartbeat is. So we'll get an append entries back out. It will have all of these nice things, at least. We'll be adding to this later, though. Because a non-heartbeat append entries actually has log entries in it, which is going to be fun. I think the way I did it was I turned it into JSON and just concatenated it as a huge string. Okay, so then we're going to put the asserts back in there, right? So this goes there. Change all expect equals into assert equal. And then remove the header part of these. Now I regret not changing these altogether. Okay. Cool, and then I can delete the rest of this and add the match arms for that. Alright, so we got a leader commit, we got previous log term, and we got previous log index. They are all use sizes, so let me do a multi-cursor trick. Use size. Alright. Match arms. Here we go. Message content append entries. I need that list again. Where are you, list? What am I doing? I can just control click that to get there. Then go back. Paste. Then do that. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted. Beware of multi-cursor. Sometimes that happens. All right. Use all the shortcuts. That's right. Use them all. Okay. 3 is the next code, and the next code is 3. So this is much like request vote, right? So it's just 3 unsigned sized, or why come I can't type correctly right now? Yeah, there we go. All right, so then leader commit. Previously, so I use size. I'm getting to the habit of doing use sizes when the size isn't important to me. It's kind of like the equivalent of unsigned int in C. Seen all those issues, but they're nothing in your opinion. You're happy with G++. You have a formatter. Yeah, but does G++ include that formatter, or did you have to find it somewhere else? All right. As I said before, I don't want to be a fanboy of any particular language. I think a lot of factors go into the choice of language. The team you're in, the task you're doing, your personal preference, your expertise level. If you're happy with G++, then that's great. There's no need for you to switch to Rust just because someone else is doing it. All right. I just personally am having a lot of fun doing this stuff. Although I can tell right now this is growing out of control. I'm going to want to refactor this. And I'm going to have to think about how this will be refactored, because it's not exactly obvious to me how I would break this up unless I made a collection of functions, one for each type of message, I guess. All right, so where are those? Here are those 3. No, these ones. If I grab those names and I put them here, and I make this append entries, then I can grab these names and stuff them there. And basically, I got it. Yeah, all right. And then pass another test. Yay. I like passing tests, don't you? Isn't passing a test great? Okay, now we're getting serious. This one's got log entries in it, so this is going to be fun. I think I will do what I was doing in C++ and just... I think I just serialize it as JSON. Where do I do that? Oh, I won't see it there. I'll have to look here. Yes. We call deserialize. Oh, wait. This actually has its own little binary format. Interesting. I don't remember doing this. Why do I put the term as a string? What the heck am I doing here? Oh, it's a type. Why did I do that? Oh, so that I can use it as a key in a map here. Yeah. Okay, that's really weird. I sort of understand why, but yet on the other hand, I don't think I need to do that going forward, do I? Maybe I do, because if I remove a message type, that would shift all the numbers down unless I'm really careful. Okay, anyway, this leverages this factories, right? Command factory. Yeah, so it turns JSON into a command. So that's deserialization, right? So serialize probably... Yeah, it tells the command to encode itself, which returns a JSON value. Okay, yeah. And then we write it as a string. Okay, I got it. Okay. My string serialize, if I remember right, yeah, we first serialize the length and then we just write the raw characters. So it's a length prefixed string. Okay, I got this. I got this. It's past midnight though. I'm out of time. This is going to take me way too much time. How much more do I have after this? Am I ready to give up? We have garbage, we have results, install snapshot results. I think I'm going to finish with this one and then do the rest later. Isn't it always past midnight? Somewhere it's always past midnight. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's just do this last one. Test function snake case. Is Rust written in C++? I didn't think it was, but you could be right. Let's look it up. What language is Rust written in? It's written in Rust. It's where does it say it's what it's written in? That's the Wikipedia article is not the best one, right? I hate looking at a Quora post for that. It was bootstrapped. It used to be OCaml. Rust is written in Rust now. OCaml, that's why you see many ML concepts. Okay. Yeah, interesting that like they don't just say like, yeah, it's self compiled, whatever. Yeah, no problem. I was just surprised that that might be true, because who was it that said this? I forget, but someone recently was saying that any serious compiler will be written in itself. So the C compiler is written in C, the C++ compiler is written in C++, at least I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. And thus, like, it would be unusual to me if Rust was not written in Rust. Yeah, but you need, of course, there's a problem with the chicken and the egg problem with that, right? So usually they have to bootstrap it, which means they have a tiny bit of code that's written in a language that you're more guaranteed, that you're more likely to have than the compiler you're making. And that tiny bootstrap code gets the compiler to where it can now compile itself. Do you have the Vin plugin installed in VS Code? No. Mine's pretty fast, probably because of the machine I'm on. I don't use any kind of bindings. I am just using vanilla VS Code. The only extensions I have are for different languages, for like language server stuff. But I don't use any particular bindings. But yeah, if you wanted to use Vim, check it out. There's Vim. There's NeoVim. There's all sorts of Vim plugins for VS Code. It doesn't work that well? All right. This is going to start out as a heartbeat, but then adding things, right? Let's add things. Term 8, sequence 9. I did that on purpose. Next, we have leader code 3356. 33, 5, and 6. 33, 5, 6. Hey there, 11 wyverns. Why did I say 20? I don't know. Check it out if it looks interesting to you. You don't have to. You're learning JS because of Node.js? Hey, did you know that the designer of Node.js went on to make Dino? And guess what language Dino is written in? It's written in Rust. Where do they say that? Built in Rust. Look at that. Now you know. Yep. The Dino JavaScript engine is built in Rust. Yeah. All right. I need to get this done and go to sleep. Actually, I'm not going to go to sleep right away. I'm going to chill in someone else's stream while I drink a whiskey, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I wonder who's streaming at this odd hour of the night. Considering to use Go, but people said, why not Rust? And it's Rust now. That sounds like me, too. Other streamers that I watch are either using Golang or Rust, and I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll try Go also. Okay, here I have to make a log entry. Actually, I had 2 of them. And these are both blank, it looks like. Oh no, this one had an actual thing in it. Okay, so oh, there's a vector in there for log. That's what it is. Attached to the appendage. Oh, wait a minute. I put it separate? Oh, that's right, because I couldn't put that inside of the union. Yeah, well, I don't need to worry about that with Rust, though, right? Yeah, these structures are built into this union, but you can't put a type like a vector in a union, so I put it outside here, and I said it's only used for append entries. So I don't need to worry about that. In Rust, we can put a vector inside of a variant. Okay, let's see if I can do this without falling asleep. Actually, I'm not that tired. I'm not that sleepy, I'm just tired. That's what it is. Do you know what the difference between being sleepy and being tired? Sometimes I don't, especially when I'm tired. I need those lines. I need them up here. Actually, I need them to be built into that thing. So which means I'm going to need to construct the entries and then push them in here, right? Yeah, I know, we're all falling asleep. Let first entry equal a log entry. Actually, these could all be constructed in place, can't they? Why don't I just do that? So this would have a log, which is a vec. The first entry is log entry, where the term is 7, and the command is none. And the second one is a log entry with term 8, and the command is some... I need to use the dummy commands that I defined elsewhere, right? Oh, I don't have one here. I need to make one. Could I? reuse the one from from log entry. Where is the dummy one? Here it is. I am not gonna, let me think about this. I'll just copy it for now, but I'll put a to-do note that I need to extract this to be common. Paste. To-do. Whoops. To-do. Extract this out so that it can be shared with the message unit tests. I will need to grab these types though, right? Custom command. So can I do this? Use create log entry custom command? I can. There we go. And I need JSON values, so that's use Serday JSON value as JSON value. And I need debug, so tell me, sir, where do we get the debug trait? We get it from standard format debug. How do you run Rust? You can either run it with the Rust C, if you have like some Rust file like hello.rs. Cargo is what you use if you have a workspace or a crate, which is another word for a library or a package. So, and that, you'll know if you have one of those if you have a cargo.toml file, right? Using a workspace or a crate is nicer because you can list your dependencies and the cargo tool automatically download and build them for you. You would use the Rust C directly if you don't have any dependencies other than like the standard library, or if you want to do like a quick little snippet of code that isn't dependent on any libraries. So that's the actual Rust compiler. So that's the equivalent of like GCC. Cargo is more the equivalent of like a make or a CMake, where the cargo toml file describes all the things you need, and then it also includes package management metadata. So it's like a combination between setup.js or py, depending on the language, and a dependency list for building. Cargo is like NPM, yes. Very much so. So it can build, it can install, it can download, it can publish. It's sort of an all-in-one tool. So you can learn more about this if you go to rustlang.org and you scroll down. No. If you go to getting started and you scroll down, you can read the cargo book. There you go. So it's the Rust package manager. It downloads dependencies, makes distributed packages, uploads them, but it does a lot more. So you can build, you can package, you can publish. The build commands, not only can you compile, but you can run the linter, you can generate documentation. That's another thing I haven't listed. There's a built-in documentation generator, whereas like with C, I would use something like Doxygen. It's built into Cargo, which is cool. You can run your tests with it. You can run your performance benchmarks with it. You can even add custom commands. So it's sort of, it's an all-in-one Swiss Army knife for Rust. Most serious Rust development I've seen involves using the Cargo tools. But again, as I was saying before, if you have like just a simple Rust program that has no dependencies, you can feed it directly to the compiler and it'll happily spit out an executable for you, or an object file, I guess. You might need another set of options to make it an exe. Okay, what do I need more? I don't need anything more there. What am I going to do down here? This code is going away, right? This was just a placeholder, so I can put it in here. Yeah, so then exactly, I wanted the dummy command here, right? It's going to be command. It's going to be dummy command, isn't it? Let me think about this. No, it's going to be... How come I can't remember? Is it just because it's so late? Command sum. Okay, so it's sum command custom. Command. Oh, that's not the right word. Wait. Is it because that type... Okay, I think it's just confused. So for custom here, I'm going to put in the dummy command. And I don't think I need to construct anything with it, right? Because it was empty. What am I doing? Why am I scrolling? I can just control click that. Yeah, there's nothing in there, so that's all I need to do. And that's what I was doing up here, right? Oh, wait, no, I was using that one. Okay, so I don't need the dummy, actually. This is a command single configuration, which has an old and a new. Okay, so I've made one of these before with hash... what was it called? Hash set. Yeah, I can do that. Paste. There we go. I just need to get this to compile. It won't compile because it doesn't know what the heck I mean by log. Also, this hash set came from another import, right? Maplet. So I need maplet as well. Right there. Okay. And it's probably long past... Well, let me get these sets in there. That's old. And that's current. Okay, anything else I need before I delete this stuff? I don't think I do need anything more, so I can do that. I'm actually wondering if I can get away with that. Is it gonna give me grief about the type? It might. Oh, we'll have to see. Anyway, I need to add this, right? So append entries has to have a log. Sure, we'll put it here. That's a vector of log entry, which we'll need to import from the other module. So let's do that. Use, does that need to be pub use? Not necessarily. Use super log entry. I don't know. I might push that up into the top level, or I might not. Oh, right. This actually needs something in here. So that means this whole thing needs to be generic, doesn't it? Ooh, that's going to throw a wrench into things, isn't it? It's going to throw a big wrench into everything. What do I actually need to do for that? Not really that much. I don't actually have to say what T is other than to forward it, so we might be okay. I do have some errors though, yeah. So that means message has to be generic. And that means I have to repeat the T here again. And I can't use that T because T is already used, so let's use S instead. Okay. Alright, so I'm missing the log here, so that's just vec new. Or, yeah, it doesn't matter. Vec new or empty vector. Parity with the other test, let's just say vec empty. Okay. Alright, now what did I... Oh, this one has a log. Yeah. Okay, then what do we do with this log? Oh, actually, this is a problem. Let me mark a to-do here. To-do. Need to deserialize the log here. And then same thing down here. Need to serialize log here. All right. Just fixing compiler errors right now. This is where I need the dummy, right? Dummy command. And I do it with the turbofish. That's right. Turbofish is our friend. We love the turbofish. Turbofish lets me call a function or create an instance of a specific instance of the generic by providing the generic's type there with this funky syntax, which is called the turbofish. So a lot of times you're used to seeing that. You need the colon in there sometimes, and I'm not good enough at understanding the turbofish to explain why. Nom 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 turbofishes, that's right. We love them. I feel like I am not qualified to explain it yet, because I don't quite understand it myself. I just have a feeling for when I need to use it. That's not even correct, right? This is different. I'm missing a log here. Log is an empty vector in this test. And here I need the log there. And we'll just put an assert log is empty. And we're good. I missed one apparently. Okay, this one does need the turbofish. So does that. I think it might be easier parsing, but you're guessing. For some reason, I really don't like type annotations, and I'd rather use turbofishes. The alternative to doing this, of course, is to here say message dummy command, and then you get rid of the turbofish. That works too, but for some reason, I just don't like that. I'd rather see this for some reason. I can't really put it into words. You know? There's something about the type annotation that seems weird to me. All right, moving on. Okay, so I need to pull this in from the other module, don't I? Yeah. So we need log entry command as well. All right, what's next? This needs a log. And here we're going to want to make sure that the log has these entries in it. Can I just make a vector and compare them? I guess I could. That'd be the easiest, right? Actually, yeah. Let me think about this. I can make it and then clone it so that it's in at the input and then compared with the output, or yeah, that would be the cleanest. This is just a test, who cares? Let entries equal that, right? And then we'll just give a copy here, entries clone, because we can. Can't I? Oh, it's not clonable. Dang. Okay, I want to be able to clone it. Let's say to do. It would be super awesome if we could clone this. I don't think I can, though. I can't just derive clone, can I? Maybe if I implemented clone here. Oh, I can. I can. Great. Awesomeness. I can clone the whole thing. Nice. Okay. I'm being rated by Calocreation. Hey there, Calocreation. I'm streaming super late because I am a fool, but I'm a happy fool. How are you, and how is your stream? Calocreation is in my stream team. Twitch.tv/teams/livecoders. Well, did you have a good poem at the end of your stream today, Calocreation? What is a raid? A raid is when another streamer needs to end their stream, and rather than just leaving you with, sorry, that's the end of the stream, they say, hey, let's take everyone who's watching this stream, and then we'll go switch channels. So that's what a raid is. But you should know that. Oh, wait a minute. No, your account's pretty new. So welcome to Twitch. Maybe you didn't know what a raid was. That's a great reason to be streaming late. Yeah. Hey there, Universal. Fancy seeing you here today. How are you and Adam doing? Yeah. Try to explain a raid to your mom today. You like my definition better? Yeah, it's where imagine if you were watching a TV channel and they said, "Hey, there's something really nifty going on this other TV channel. I'm going to command all of your TVs to switch along with me." That's what we can do now because it's 2020. Haven't heard from Adam in a few days, but assume he's well. No news is good news. Yeah, there you go. I'm in the I'm in a tar swamp right now with Rust. What I'm doing at a very, 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 very extremely high level, my fellow raiders, is I am implementing the Raft Consensus Algorithm. Raft Consensus Algorithm. No, not Rust Consensus Algorithm, Raft. I'm getting Rust. This is why I should go to bed. I'm getting these terms mixed up. Raft Consensus Algorithm. It's for having a cluster of servers and having them stay in sync so that, hey, let's have this one become the leader, right? He gets out votes to make sure he can be the leader, and now he's in charge. So now he can make changes to the state of the cluster. And you see how I'm having it add state? As we're adding state, it's sending out updates to the other servers in the cluster, and then they catch up. This has two big benefits. You end up with 5 copies of your state, so that let's say one of these crashes, we're still good because we have 4 copies of it, right? So this can continue to advance and make additional changes to the state. It's just that this one's unavailable. Maybe he needs to reboot, whatever. Eventually he'll come back up, and when he does, this one will eventually catch him up. So he starts to catch up. So you have the redundancy and the fault tolerance. And I use this in my game, which I need to get back to, but right now I am kind of retooling some of the code behind it. This game that I have written that you can try out, there's no content yet, it's all test stuff, but you can wander around here. It is written on top of a Raft infrastructure. So there are actually 3 servers on 3 different port numbers. They talk to each other through WebSockets. The client program that you see here in the browser also connects to the servers through WebSockets. And so essentially I have 3 copies of the entire state of the game. If I were to take one of these servers down, the game would still continue. As long as we have a majority of servers running, it continues to make progress. And I can, for example, I could change the code that's running in the servers by each one at a time, taking them down, upgrading their code, and bringing them back online. And we get like soft handover of clients from one server to another. When that happens, it's all really awesome. All of this is written on C++ and JavaScript. And I got into learning Rust recently, and I'm like, I love Rust so much, I'm going to rewrite the core of my game in Rust, or at least parts of it. So I am getting rusty. Yes, that's true. So that's in a nutshell what I am doing at a very large scale. Again, the part of my game that rests on the infrastructure having redundancy is on top of this algorithm. And there's a white paper that's linked to from this. I'll give you guys a link. There's a white paper there. You can read about the technical details. I already did. And part of the algorithm is like this is kind of showing this diagram is that there is a log of changes to state. That's what you can think of these as. The 2 is the generation number of the cluster. And what happens is whenever we, let's say this times out because S1 is malfunctioning and it becomes the new cluster leader, we have a new generation. It's like an election cycle, right? It becomes the new leader. So now when it makes a new request, we're now on generation 3. But this continues forever, right? Each one of these sequences is a sequence of changes to the state of the service. And they're also known as log or journal entries. So in my code, I'm trying to represent such a list of entries, and then see how these servers, whenever there is an update, it has to send it out to all of its peers. The sending out is an append entries message being sent to the other servers in the cluster, and it will say what term we're in, which is this number inside the circle, and then the sequence number kind of says which previous log entry the new ones are based off of, so that you can tell if you lost one. And then they have the content in this oh wait a minute, no, the sequence number means something else because previous log index is here. I forget what the sequence number means, but I implemented this about 1.5 years ago, and I still need to refresh my memory about some parts of it, but I'm mechanically porting this from C++ to Rust right now. And I'm doing this using test-driven development. So I'm starting with tests that I have coded up in C++ that look more like this. This is the same as that, only it's in C++, where we construct a bunch of log entries. And this test is all about turning it into a string of bytes and then turning it back into a data structure and making sure it's correct. Do every remove all log entries? Yeah, so there's a feature in Rust where you can compact the log down to a snapshot. You're into my games? Aw, thank you. Does that mean you're actually logged into it? If I go to my game, will I see you there? You're not in the town. Are you in the dungeon underneath the town, maybe? Let's see. Oh, maybe that's you? We have player 992? We don't know yet. Yep, it is Universal. Unmask you. Universal, welcome to the game. Watch out for these slimes. They really kick your butt. You probably don't have any equipment, right? Yeah. Yeah, talk to George. And if you talk to him, you have to hit T and then an arrow. Or I can't remember my own UI. He should be able to guide you out of the dungeon. He'll walk in front of you and defeat everything. Or I can teleport you to town. And anyway, have fun. Just remember, it's not a real story content. I am still working on the mechanics. Everything you see in the game right now is for testing only. So anyway, yeah, I am trying to write a test here to make sure we can take these entries that go in the sequence of changes, and like I was just saying, to answer the question, these can be compacted down to a snapshot. In the case of my game, the snapshot would be the state of the game that you'd think of traditionally, like a list of monsters, list of characters, a sequence of like all of the tiles and where they are in the world, that kind of thing. Game link. There you go. When it's in log form, these are like differences. So at the very beginning of the log in my game will be the last snapshot, and then these are changes since the last snapshot, and then every once in a while the game compacts these back down to form a new snapshot, and we start over again. The Raft white paper talks about that too, by the way. It's almost 1 in the morning for me. I need to end soon. Okay, let me get through this test and then maybe I'll get to sleep. Right, I was going to take these, clone them here, and compare them here. So this should say assert equal entries, comma, log. Cool. So then, that's the wrong text, by the way. That should say append entries, message expected. Okay, cool. So then I can delete all this junk, right? Oh, the numbers might be different. But yeah, this is a much easier way to test than doing it that way, right? Hey, start over from the beginning, what, like 12 hours ago? I always imagine me being in the UK. No, I'm in the west coast of the US. I'm in California, so I'm not going to say more specifically. What do I put here for log entry? Oh, shoot. They can infer the type T. So I need to use a turbofish again, right? Dummy entry. Dummy command. Yep. This is because we need to make log entry generic so that we can extend it for real game commands later. And I can't clone it? Why not? Oh, because... Actually, why not? Why can't I clone it here? Clone exists in that, but the trait bounds aren't satisfied. Oh, because dummy entry isn't clonable? That's probably why. Can I implement clone? Derive clone. Just dropped in to say hi. Now you say goodnight. I want to go to bed too. It's almost 1 in the morning for me. Must have been the way I speak English? Maybe. I also have been trying to speak more slowly at times because I tend to, when I listen to myself played back or recording played back, I always say to myself, wow, I speak way too quickly. You know? Good morning, XO. How are you today? I still have a compiler error here. Why? The data is moved. Okay, we can't do that. We can't be moving data. I think I can just borrow it. Right. What's wrong there? Mismatch. Oh, shoot. Found a reference. Oh, we can fix that by putting references here. Maybe not. Okay, so I have to do something different here. Can't move out of self-content log, which is behind a shared reference. Moved on line 85. Wait, how did I move it there? Is that a mistake? Consider borrowing at 1.6. Why do I need to borrow there? I think it has to do with this log that I added. Oh, unless it was always copying before because those are all copyable. In that case, yes. Serialize is borrowing, so we do want to borrow from current. I think, yeah, I needed to go the opposite direction. I need to dereference there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so then the same thing here, right? These are all borrowed references, so we just dereference. One of the few times in Rust that you actually see the asterisk. All right, cool. Why are there so many programming languages? Mostly because there are many different contexts in which we need programming. So, for example, COBOL was invented as a business language, whereas Fortran was invented as a scientific mathematic language, right? So C was invented to be a operating system level language. So different problems require slightly different approaches. It also because people just like inventing languages. I mean, how many languages are there around the world still, even though we're a global community now, right? People like their languages. That's a terrible explanation. The reason why we have different languages is because we're geographically separated. That's a different story. I think just... I shouldn't shout too. Everyone's asleep. I'm going to get in trouble. I think it's just that there are lots of different applications for programming. There is a lot of evolution. A lot of languages borrow from each other anyway. So there's a lot of cross-pollination, cross-pollination, right? So a lot of the syntax here is borrowed from other languages like OCaml and C. Anyway, I'm talking too much. I need to finish this work so I can go. What's wrong here? It's a private field. Oh, we can't make it private. It's got to be public. Let's go to it. Yeah, we need to be able to fill those in. Back. Okay, cool. So now we're just down to warnings. And I'm cool with warnings. This is not going to pass yet, though. Because it's going to be missing things. Yeah, so the right side is empty. So it didn't... The log didn't make it through, basically. Yeah, so it made it down and didn't pass that step. If I didn't have that step, the test would pass, right? What happened there? Oh, it doesn't know what type to use because I didn't use it down here. So, what do I need to say here? Turbofish here? Dummy command? Then I can comment this out. Yeah, Rust is weird like that. It's telling me I don't need to clone it, but that's okay. So this will pass now, but it's not right because I do need the log to be preserved through serialization. So if I do that, I don't need to do that because the type is inferred from the very top here. Ultramark, as a contender in the battle to become a browser language, Tickle had a chance at it as well. Oh, and JavaScript invented as a contender. Got it. All right, so I need to fill in the to-dos, don't I? To-do. So do serialization first. Here it is. I think what we want to do is first push the number of entries. So here we would push log.length. After that, we would loop, right? Well, we can just say log.iter for each, I guess, entry. And I need to invent a serialize string. We'll take the entry and we'll tell it to go to JSON. With that, we'll say to go to a string. Is that what I want? I think so. And, oh, wait a minute. This isn't going to quite work, is it? No method named to JSON for entry. Oh, I need to do, oh, shoot. I have to JSON, but I have that only for the command. I need to push more things here, right? What does the entry have in it? The term. And command. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I have an implementation of to JSON for the command. Okay, so that I can do. Okay, but I do need to encode the term first. Let me double check. When this encodes a append entries, what does it do here? It actually goes through another function, which has its own version number. Why do I do that? Okay, I guess I'll do the same thing. So there will be a version number. And what am I looking at here? Oh, this is deserial. Let me look at serialize. Version number, and then term number, and then command type. Why do I have that? That seems redundant to me. Because this encoding has the type in it, doesn't it? Wait. Doesn't it? Let's see. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. And oh, wait, hold on. I do have a to.json. Why don't I use that? Because that'll just encode the term in the JSON. Why did I do it that way? And here I encoded the term in binary. Why did I do it that way? Well, I don't need to repeat that mistake, right? Yeah, I don't need to repeat that mistake. So I should be able to in here say that. Why not? No method named to JSON is found for a log entry. It exists, but the following bounds are not met. That T is a custom command. Oh, did I forget to do that? I think I did. Where's the test for that? No, dummy command is a custom command. I don't get it then. Oh, no, I just need to set a trait bound. Here. Custom command. Yeah, I should have remembered to do that. I just getting tired. So we'll need to import that custom command. That is a trait. Now it's okay with that, and I just need to implement this. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, so let's put it with this one. So function serialize string. It has this kind of overall look and feel. Only instead of the value being a size, I can make that generic. I can't use T, let's use S. Where S can be turned into a reference to a string slice. And we will need to do let value equals value dot asref so that we can recover the string slice. So this will say it is a borrowed slice of a string. That's what str means. And then just to compare with what I did back here, for serialize string, where is that? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm just confused. I can let automod let that through. Enum cat fingers u8 owner name string. Okay, how do you do this in C++? Sure, I can take a quick break to show you how to do that. So that this is in Rust, right? I'll just brute force this into C++, right? You would have to have two things. You would have to have an enum cat type, which has fingers and owner, right? Then you'd have a struct of some kind, cat, which has to have a type, which is a cat type, and then you would have a union, which is let's give it an no, I don't hate to use underscore here. We need to give it some name. How about contents? And here you would have your u8 would be unsigned. Well, it would be uint8t, and then we can name it after the variant, right? Fingers. And the other thing would be a structure. Okay, here's going to be more difficult because it's really hard to do that in a union because a union shares memory between them, which is what cat does, right? So the closest, I'll cheat a little bit and say instead of a full-on string, let's say instead you had a pointer to a string. So we would have struct call that owner and then put in here a name, which is a const, which is just a char star. I'll just cheating here. And then the age is a uint16t age. Why did I write 17? So the way it works in C++ is you don't get both the variance and the attached data at the same time. You can have an enum to capture the variance, but to capture these values, the old school way that I know how to do is to make a union. And what the union is each member, there are two members here, they will share memory, and which one you use depends on you. And so one convention is to use the value that corresponds to the value of the discriminator. So the field that says which part of the union you should be using. So if type is set to fingers, you should use fingers. If type is set to owner, you should use owner. Right? And then this interior structure is here. I just cheated because these share memory and C++ has RAII, it would be dangerous for me to say standard string here because the compiler doesn't know when to call the destructor or the constructor for that matter on this because there's no formal way in the syntax to say that this structure is active when this value is equal to owner. So I'm cheating by using values that don't have constructors or destructors, as close as we can get. So this is the old school way of doing it. There, in modern C++, there's a way to do it with standard variant, I think, with templates. And then I don't know it very well, but I think you define it so that the T captures the fact that you have two different possible inner types. And that's as much as I know about it. Oh, you love the game Universal? I'll have to keep working on it. So lost pointer, this is with old school C++, this is how you could do it. With new C++, I think you should look into standard variant. That is closer to a Rust variant. I mean, the name sort of implies that, right? And I hope that helps. Okay, so I was in the middle of looking for the serializing a string, right? So that was here, which goes to this. This is what I need. Serialize. Right, so we write the length, and then I just write the content straight. So I want to do the same thing. Write the length, so that is just serialize usize again, right? Buff, comma, value dot length. And then, okay, what's wrong with that? Can't find it. Oh, it's self colon colon. No problem, lost pointer. Okay, so after we encode the length, then we can encode the content. So I can just do a write, can't I? To mute buff the value as bytes. Yes. I think I can just do that. And this can actually error, right? So I got to be careful about this. Yeah, it can error. So let's just do an unwrap, because I don't think that will ever error. And then I return nothing, actually. Then for write to work, I need a couple things, right? I need to pull in standard IO write for sure. And this will only work. Oh, is it not right? Is it? It's not right, then I don't need, okay, I don't need this. If we already have it as a slice, you can do buff dot extend. No, append. That moves into, do I want extend then? I think I want extend. And then we just need an iterator. So we as bytes, actually that could be turned into an iterator, right? Yeah, so that works. So that's the serialize. So I should be able to see the serialization if I do a debug here. Debug. Now I'm halfway done with this test. Oh wait, why am I in the terminal? I don't need to be here. I can just run it here. All right. And there we go. There's my serialization. It's really big. I'm not going to be able to decode this. It might be nicer if I turn it into characters. Right? So, that's okay. This is probably correct. These look like characters to me. That's what? Yeah, syntax character. I don't remember which one. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that it's good. And let's do deserialize, and then I can end the stream, and then finally go to bed. So, deserialize is going to require that I do deserialize the log there. Okay. Oh wait, I missed something, didn't I? Serialize. Where is it? Where's serialize? Oh no, I did it. Right. So deserialize is we want to read the number of entries. So this will be, we need serialization. So here it's not previous log term, it's number of log entries. And after we get that, we're going to allocate memory for the log. So let log equal vec new, and then log, this needs to be mutable. Are you falling asleep, Sure Shock? I'm not quite falling asleep yet, but I am tired. This should be reserve num log entries. So we do the memory allocation in one hit. It doesn't know the type yet, but it'll figure it out in a second. So I just want to loop at this point, right? For I in 0 to num log entries. Actually, then no, I do want to loop. Such a message will make me feel sleepy? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, so for every log entry, we need to deserialize it. So that would be first reading the string, right? So self deserialize string, which we don't have yet, which might error out, which is cool if it does. We would just say it's truncated or whatever. And then, assuming we have a string, I need to assemble a log. So it would be log.push a log entry from JSON value. Oh. How do I turn a string into JSON value? I need to look that up. That's insert a JSON. Go up to the top. String from str? Okay. Is that how we do it? I think so. Oh, it's at the top level. Okay, that's why. So it's serd JSON from string. Got it. Okay. The string slice is actually, we need it here, right? Let serialize log entry, and then the rest of the serialization equal that. Actually, this is going to be a problem, right? Because when we loop, we will have lost the serialization. So I gotta be able to mutate it, don't I? How do I do that? Oh, this is just a slice. Okay, so then I can just mark it as mutable. And I can have remainder. And I can say serialization equals remainder. And I just need to define that, and I need to fill in this. This is serialized log entry. Okay, so I need deserialized string now. Still not using derived functions for Serde. I tried to, Plasma, and it was a deep pit of sorrow for me. It was just an endless list of traits that, of types I needed to implement. There isn't goto in Rust? There is. I ended up using, what is it, bin something, and it had a very unoptimal serialization. Like, it should have been 6 bytes, and it was instead 40 bytes. So I'm rolling it myself because I don't want it to be so inefficient. Deserialize string. It just looks like one of these, right? we get a string out. Do I have to worry about Unicode? I think I do. Anyway, right, to deserialize, we get the U size first, right? So this would be the length, or len, because why not, right? And at this point, let's mark this to do so I don't get that irritating red squiggly there. At this point, it has to be long enough. So if serialization not len is less than ling, well, let's give it a real name. String value length or something. It's okay. Let's just turn it around. If length is... No, actually I like it this way better. That means we don't have enough characters, so we need to return an error message truncated. Otherwise, it's just let a value equal a slice of serialization from 0 to the length. And then we say it's okay. Value, okay, I guess we'll do it this way. That equals slice it from length onwards. And just so we can say that. There we go. And this should say string from. Actually, I don't need to do that. This could return... No, I need to convert it to a string. Can I say, like, what is it? From UTF-8 lossy? Is that the right one? From UTF-8, maybe? And catch an error? Yeah, let's just do that. So I'm going to end up with a slice output. So the syntax of this is to say value dot from... That doesn't look right. Oh, okay. So it's on the left here. String slice from UTF-8. That. Standard string? Okay, got it, but what's the type wrong? Expected string, found result. Okay, yeah, I need to do that. I'm going to need to map the error too. Map the error to error UTF-8. So we need to invent that up in our errors here, UTF-8. And it has inside of it this, what is it? Wait, what happened here? Oh, it's just complaining about this, right? So then, what kind of error do I get here? A UTF-8 error from what, so it's standard string UTF-8 error. Okay. All right, so the error, error decoding text in serialized message. All right, and then back down here. The trait bound to convert from a JSON. Oh, there's a third JSON entry. There's a third JSON error that I'm not catching. So I need a map error here again too. Error, what, invalid JSON or something? Invalid log entry? Or how about bad log entry? Early exit. I just need to define that. Yep. Okay. Okay, now what's the type again? Result. Okay, and we're in serialization error at that point, right? Yeah. serialization error. Okay. Error, I don't know, parsing log entry from serialized message. Okay, what's wrong with this one? Oh, I get a reference spec? Is this one not giving me a reference? It's giving me, oh, it's giving me a result. But down, that will, what's the result again? TD, what? How do we use this? Wait, why am I getting a user out? Oh no, I don't want this. Okay, this is not what I want. Shoot, I don't want front string. I want a, I want an object. How do I reverse? Okay, I'm in the wrong place. You can't define variadic functions in Rust? I'm not even sure what a variadic function is. You mean like it varies in its return type? Or in its argument type? And the answer to that is no. The types have to be, you can only have one, you can't overload functions, and so therefore you can't even have two functions with the same name regardless of the types. Yeah, you can have generics. That's the closest you can do for that. So they can vary based off of being different implementations of the same generic. Okay, I don't want this. Hey there, Frosty. What am I working on here? Implementing the guts of this thing. Right. Oh, I closed it. Okay, let's open it again. Why did I close it? It's the Raft Consensus Algorithm. Right here. This is how we keep the state of multiple servers in sync. Timeout. Let's do some requests here. So as we like define more state, you can see it starts on server 1 and then makes its way to the other servers getting replicated. So it's a data replication system so that you can have many copies of your data, and my game runs on top of one of these. And I'm converting that subsystem to a different programming language called Rust. So I'm deep in the bowels of it though. So all this serialization stuff, it's basically what when you see these what is depicted as these little messages going from S1 out to these other things, these messages have to be sent over a network connection, and so you can think of that as a pipe of bytes. And but the content of the bytes is a structure of data. So this code is turning that structure, like for example, the request vote results is a structure that has a Boolean in it, and the request vote has 3 integers in it. It's converting that into a sequence of bytes, and then the other part of the code turns it back to a structure from bytes. That's what serialize and deserialize mean. Serialize means to go from a structure to a string of bytes. Deserialize is the other way. So once I have the code to turn things between the structure and the raw bytes, then I can build upon that a message passing structure where the underlying can use the serialization to send it over a WebSocket. And then above it, we can just be concerned with passing message structures around. We don't have to care that it goes over a network connection because this junk handles it for us. But I'm up really late and I need to end the stream soon. I don't think I've ever streamed this late. You'll be back again? Oh, thank you. Have a good night, Rodri. Or Rardy. Sorry I butcher names. I do that all the time. This was because this is the wrong function, right? I was in the middle of trying to find the correct function to just get a JSON object. I'm in the wrong help file too. I want to be in serialization, and don't I just want to go to map and call like from string on this or something? It's 1:29 a.m. here. Yeah, I'm in California, so it's early in the morning now. So not being a coder, especially not understanding a word except for bits and bytes, how can this thing be implemented? One piece at a time, Frosty. So a lot of moving parts go into programs, and this is one of the parts of the program that's very low level. So let me explain it to you this way. Here's the game that that rests on top of that Raft algorithm. All right. See how I'm connecting to my game through the web browser. So I actually go to this website that I made. That website, when you go to it, you get JavaScript to paint the screen, but the actual content you're seeing is coming from a different server, and the information about the game is going across a socket from that other server, right? Thank you for all the follows. We're getting a lot of follows now. Makes me kind of nervous that we're getting maybe attacked by a bot. No, they're just coming in as a stream. I wonder if Stream Elements was having troubles. How long is that follow train going to be? That was a lot. Yeah, anyway, there are a lot of things that need to happen to get the game content to your screen, right? So a server running in Amazon Web Services cloud has all the data, and it has to send it to us over a network connection. And that you have to send 1 byte at a time. And although we're not talking about Raft anymore, it's the same concept that any kind of information that we want to show in the game has to be put into the form of a list of numbers, or list of bytes, right? It's basically cloud gaming. Well, the server is running in the cloud, yes, but really all that means is that there's a virtual machine somewhere in Amazon's data center that is running my code. And we connect to that data center virtual machine through a network connection. And the network connections are fundamentally just a pipe you shove data in 1 byte at a time. So when you want to go between a string of bytes and any kind of meaningful thing like a picture, that involves what they either call encoding or serialization. There's lots of different names for it. So I'm doing one piece of that down in here. So hopefully that makes more sense. And my cat just walked by meowing very loudly again. He's like, "Why are you still up? Shouldn't you be asleep now?" Yeah, I need to find... this function is eluding me. A JSON key value type. How do I make one from a string? Well, actually, I could just look at the other direction, right? The other direction is serialize. How do we serialize the message? Is Spring best Java backend? I don't know. I don't know much about Java backend. Gonna pass it off as cloud gaming. All right, Frosty. I mean, that works. Okay, it's in here, right? At what point do we... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm almost there, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, I haven't done this part yet. This is actually turning a JSON into a string, and I don't know the function for that yet. Is it just the display trait? I don't remember. This is going to bother me until I find it. I don't think it's serialized, but maybe it is. Let's actually look at it then. No, that doesn't look right. I think that's just to go into the Serde infrastructure. Entry append, remove entry, remove. No, this isn't the right level either. Maybe I need to go up to value and look down here. Get mutable, is object, as object mute, is array, blah, blah, blah. Oh. As string. I think this is it. Oh no, that's if it is a string. Never mind. That's not it. It's is it something or get it out if it's something else. How do I make it go to a string? People in the field don't even bother anymore. It's really hard. It's challenging. It would be like explaining calculus to someone who only just learned algebra. It's tremendously difficult because there's not a whole lot of previous knowledge that I can leverage to explain something. This is how you work with Saturday stuff? Okay, thank you, Plasma. Big thanks for that. I'm going to take that and put it in my notebook. That'll be the first note of this extended stream. It becomes homework for me to study later. Maybe it is the display trait. I think this is exactly what I want, right? I want the display trait, so which means I need to use the format. Okay, then I got it. It is, yeah, it is not Serde from string. It's take the serialized log entry, which is JSON, right? No, it's a slice. Oh, wait. I need the opposite of this. Okay, then... Wait, then I should have used that in serialized. What did I use there? I did toString, which is the display trait. Okay, then that's one direction. What's the opposite of toString, or the format? From string? That might be it, actually. Convert a string to a value. So it has to be a string, it can't be a slice. Is that the difference then? Oh no, they have a from slice. Okay, so then why didn't this work? Oh, because I'm not using that one. It's not that. It's JSON... Do I not have JSON value? I do, but it's in the test framework only. Okay, that's my problem. This I need to pull up to the top. Okay, then given that, I can say from this guy. And it doesn't error, right? It's infallible. Yeah, so they don't need to, there's no such thing as a bad log. And, well, wait a minute. If it's infallible, then what if it's garbage? It doesn't seem right to me. No, that's not right. That's a value string. That's definitely not right. Shoot. Dang it. Okay, I give up. Let's Google search it, or Bing in my case. So, sir JSON parse string as JSON. Oh, come on. Someone's got to ask this question. How do you convert JSON to... That's the other direction. Parse string. Sir JSON from string. Isn't that what I tried first? Yeah, but then I get an error here. Okay, I think I might see why. Can you guys hear the cat? There is one, but I don't have the trait constraint. That's this trait constraint problem again, isn't it? No, I have that. What's the deal then? The trait constraint is there. I'm kind of lost now. I don't know why there's an error here. How come that we get a stream so early for your convenience? Because I'm streaming at a really, really strange hour, Resubaka. Partly because someone in my Discord said that they hardly ever get to watch my stream, so I'm like, maybe I'll just do a late night for me stream. But I need to end soon. My cat really hates that I'm still up. Trait bound, convert from is not... Oh, there's the hint. Convert from unit. So this is giving me a unit for some reason. Result T, where T is a deserialize. What is that? Yeah, this isn't right. I don't want a strongly typed one. Okay, here we go. No, that is what I'm doing. It says I should get a bit of value back, but I'm not. Okay, one piece at a time. Let's say I get let JSON equal that. What is JSON? It is an unknown. Okay, let's comment that out for a second. Is it known now? It's still unknown. Log is going to be, well, vector of log entry of T, right? Okay, now what is JSON? It's still unknown. Come on, man. Drop JSON. You tell me what the type is, please? It doesn't know what the type is. You're killing me. I guess I don't need the loop variable, actually. What if I just end there? Can it tell me what that is? It can't. Type annotations are needed. Oh, is the problem that I'm not specific? I'm not saying what I want? That would be dumb, but okay, I can see that happening. JSON value, please. Okay, now I feel silly. So the whole problem was I needed to be very specific about what I want. So this needs to say, from string JSON value. And then I need to borrow it. There we go. Did it. I did it, chat. Yeah, third JSON value is what this is, but I had to do a turbofish there because I guess there are many... I guess this is so generic. It works with anything that can be deserialized from JSON that I had to be specific. I had to say, I want a JSON value from that, please. 24-hour stream by Ramu? No, it's going to be like more like a 12-hour total. Since I already did 6, actually I passed the 12-hour mark. I did 6, ate dinner, and now I did another 6. Morning, Togglebit. Yep. I did 6 hours, then had dinner, and now I'm at 6 hours again. For me, it's almost 2 in the morning. Hey, Togglebit, are you streaming soon? I could raid you when I want to go to bed. Do I have you beat? I've never done this before. I've never stayed up. Well, I stay up this late a lot of time, but I don't stream doing it. Not streaming today, but it's a lovely Saturday, isn't it? I don't blame you, though. Streaming on the weekend can be kind of iffy. Yeah, I don't blame you. All right, I think I got it done, though. We deserialized the log, but it looks like... It looks really messy, but I hope it works, because I would like to sleep. Serday does a lot with Turbofish. Yeah, I'm only glancing the surface of Serday. I'm not even doing any of the trait stuff. Okay, still I'm getting nothing. Does that mean that my deserialize didn't work? I think that means my deserialize isn't working. I'm not getting any errors, though. We should at least print something, right? Bits! Coil Twitchbot. By the way, Coil Twitchbot, thank you for the other 100 bits that you gave me 3 hours after the end of my stream. I think it was on Tuesday or something. I appreciate that even though no one was there to see it. And I have yet to discover if you are a real user or a bot. Your name implies that you are a bot, but thank you for the bits anyway. All right. I want to print something here. Yeah, let's print the number of log entries. Actually, why print when I can do a debug? Right? Okay, I'm debugging it now. We have inserted the debug trace. Let's run. 2. So it knows that there are 2 entries, but it ends up with... Oh, wait. I know what it is. I went through all this trouble to recover the log, but I never put it there. Okay, that should fix things. All right, now I feel really dumb. That's okay. It's okay to be dumb. Why do I put on the same line as the definition? You mean why is my style to do that way? It's not just me. I also put that into my Rust FMT. It's one of these settings. Maybe you can tell me which one it is. I don't remember. One of these style settings ends up giving me that style. As opposed to, I mean, it's just a style difference. You could do it that way if you want. I prefer that way. Because he likes it that way, yeah. You get those also from Coil Twitchbot during stream and off stream, but he never responds to hello. Who would write a bot that just hands out money like that? That's just really strange, but thank you, bot, I guess. I don't know. Hey! We passed! I think that means I get to sleep now. I've earned my rest. Kids these days? Yeah, but I don't know. That's like, seems like wasting money to me. Like, I don't need 100 bits from a bot. Whoever runs the bot should just keep their bits. Here, we're passing all our tests. I think it's time to check it in and call it a night. Yeah. Makes no difference for the compiler. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, for the formatting, yeah. It's a new initiative from the Fed. Oh, is that how we're getting our I see. That's how we're getting our coronavirus relief, is through random bit assignments. I'm getting a little loopy because I'm so tired now. Keeping tabs? Keeping tabs on what, though? Do you have some examples of my message JSON logs? Wait a minute, can I... Oh, you can make an example of how to deserialize them? You don't need to do that, Plasma. That's my homework to figure out. Okay, if you really want to, I'll give you an example one. It's in the other window, right? In the other window. Here they are. Should I give you a challenging one? Let me give you a challenging one. This one is creating a camera component for someone. No, what is it? I see a create component. Entity 17772, component type camera. What's this DT George in there for? A true C1. I'm trying to remember what this means. DT. I don't remember what this is for. Why is there a camera on George in this step here? I don't remember what this is at all. This is server 12, client 1. But what's DT mean? Okay, I'm not going to pick that one. How about a particle event? Here we go. Here's a particle event. Command of type event. No, ECS. It's a command of type ECS. in term 2633, where we are generating a particle that lasts a half a second that arcs, so it has 3 points, and we derive the graphic from tileset 7615, tile number 2, generate the particle in zone 6862. Yep. So that's the wire protocol currently for that kind of command. But so you don't have to do that, but if you really want to, there's an example. But it's my homework to try to turn this custom serialization code, where is it again? It's not in log entry, it's in message. Yeah, this custom serialization code into something automated with Serday. What did you see, Endorn? Oh, you want to see? Just want your name on screen. Oh, okay. You saw it, right? It's up there. Oh, poggers in my code. Oh, yeah. Poggers. That's my dummy command. I have to have some type for the dummy command, so I just put poggers. PogChamp is what we write out. If you insist on writing the dummy command somewhere, we write PogChamp. Good morning, Atomic Nibble. I'm ending my stream now. Do I want to clean up warnings before I go to bed? This doesn't need to be mutable, apparently. Because it's a slice, which makes sense. And this also doesn't need to be mutable. I don't know why it was. I have some more warnings to fix. Okay, these are all marked as not ever used because we're only using them in the test framework right now, right? Yeah. I think I will leave those. We don't need command, that's true. Now it says I have an error. Oh, wait. Why does it say I have 9+ errors? They're just warnings. Why does it have red? 10 problems. Okay, lump sum. Okay, it calls a warning and a problem, even though it will build. That's fine. Make sure I didn't break anything. I did break something. Okay, command is used. Oh, but that's probably inside the tests, that's why. Yeah, okay, so I need that include, but somewhere else. I need that in the testing. Down here. So this is crate at that point. Yeah, do that, please. Okay, and then it lumps it in there, and then I can delete it from there. Cool. So, you can try again, please. If I can find it again. There, run it. Yeah, okay, I didn't break anything. Time for me to check it in and call it a night. What did I do in this commit? So, we added message custom serialization and deserialization. I did that. That was a thing. I made... okay, we should list these. This is all a work in progress porting to Rust. First one was add custom serialization of message. Actually, we added message in the first place, right? So add message along with its custom serialization code. All right, and then make command clonable. Is clonable just clonable? It almost reads like clownable. How about derive clone for command? Then I don't have to worry about how to spell clonable. And log entry as well. Okay, so expose term and command inside log entry. It's basically a public structure at this point. And that's all I did there. All right. And then the main library just added mod message. So the bulk of the work in that last 3 hours was doing all this stuff. Okay, I need to mark. Should I add a to-do that this probably needs to be lifted up? I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Okay, I know what I'm going to say then. I'm going to say I don't know what I want to do with this, but it doesn't belong here. To do. I don't know what I want to do with this, but it certainly, probably, maybe, doesn't belong here. There we go. Yeah, I'm still up, DCR. I'm almost done though. I gotta go to sleep. I have actually I've gone through like 2 of these now. But we're almost gonna raid someone now. I'm just doing the commit before I call it a night. All right. What else did I do here? Review. Yeah, I need to mark it to do. To do revisit the packaging, not packaging, the way we import export various parts of the crate, because I'm not sure if I want to do reach up and then down into log entry, or the other option would be to do that and then use them at the top level. So I don't know if that's what that to do is for. And I hit F5 in the wrong window. F5 there. Okay. Yes. I think if I look at this any much more, I'm going to not want to work on this ever again. So yeah, I think I'm just going to check this in and call it. Commit. Yay. Now, if you would like to look at my horrible work, the horrible mess, it's in my github.com, rainbow354, raft.git. And once again, we're implementing Raft, already implemented C++, porting it to Rust. It forms the basis of the infrastructure for my game, which you can play there. And yeah, I think we're going to close everything down now. Let's see if anyone is streaming Rust besides me. I'm going to go to twitch.tv/team/ruststations. What do we got going? It's just me. Okay. How come whenever I'm done, it's just me in the Rustations team? I hope you enjoyed seeing things from the other side of the camera, Togglebit. You guys should watch Togglebit. I watch Togglebit. Excellent streamer here on Twitch. Oh, and also so is Callow Creation. We got all this. We got all the cool streamers in tonight. Excellent other streamers you should watch. Check out. See if you like them. Who am I going to raid though? Is anyone that I there's got to be no one that I know streaming right now. Let's see. Grumpy Game Dev. We got Chulade, Nick Waz. I don't really know. Schmeliork. Okay, I really don't know who I want to raid. Togglebit streams Rust. Yeah. I think you would like it, Endorn. I have a great time in Togglebit's channel. How would you guys like to see F-sharp test-driven development of a roguelike game, nonetheless? And he's just started too, and he is a semi-regular of my channel. Hey, let's do it. What could go wrong, right? I hope you guys enjoyed the Grumpy Game Dev. That's who we're going to be rating. Here's the link to his channel. Let me set this up. I'll hang out for I'll hang out long enough to get myself a whiskey. I think that's what I'm going to do. How come I can't mute this thing? Okay, there we go. And here we go. Please show him some love. I hope that you enjoy. I don't have any idea what F sharp is, but I'm all in about the roguelike games and test-driven development. Way into that. So I'm starting this raid now. Okay, my friends. I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next. Maybe Monday? I usually don't stream on the weekends. So anyway, take care. Enjoy the Grumpy Game Dev. See you. Take care. Bye. Bye-bye.